Hello, and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host,
Hi,
Jane.
everybody.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Great. That just took care of the sound test I was talking about. Yay! Sorry, folks. I'm a little out of it
Yay!
tonight and forgot to do the sound test, but yeah, we're doing this live. This is great. Anyways, hello, everyone. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late-night talk shows. Everything here is quite obviously live, and we're just here to have a good time, trying to have some fun chats for people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome in my guest for this evening, Amalia SOLARIS.
Hi, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm very honored. I'm very honored to have been asked to come on here. It's a big deal.
Oh, I'm delighted to have you. Thank you so much for taking time out. You've been busy, and you were busy earlier today. You actually had a stream not too many hours ago.
I might have had a very normal stream. I promise. It was so normal. Nothing strange happened.
Yes,
it was
definitely
so
normal. Entirely normal.
So normal.
Everything is fine. If anybody asks, my name is Lars Gerhardt, and you haven't seen me.
Exactly. But
If
yeah,
anybody in
welcome
chat
in.
got that reference, I will give you a high five.
Welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you guys in chat.
Yes, indeed. I'm guessing, well, obviously, most folks in chat are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Amalia. I'm a Divine Dragon VTuber. I usually play a lot of games like Nintendo games, retro games, some Souls-likes, and occasionally we do very normal art like earlier.
Yes.
It was so normal.
And you know what? Since we're already alluding to it, let's address the elephant in the room. Let's get this out of the way. One moment.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just break the ice. Let's just break the ice.
It's great.
Yeah.
And here we have a wonderful piece that this is the CROWPHET Malia piece.
Yes, it was a request from, I believe, Catalos in my community wanted me to draw all three of us together. I realized I've only met Krelly once, and so I was like, okay, so I'll have Eve, who is like a mutual friend of the two of us, introduce me to Krelly, and
Yeah,
I imagine
she's facilitating.
this is about how it would go.
This, yes, it is indeed a live art auction, Luigi the Medic. Bidding opens at $2. I have $2. Do I have $3? Do I have $3?
Please don't pay money
$3.
for this. Please don't pay money for this. Please.
I mean, I've seen lots of different types of VTuber merchandise. People do prints. You know, people go to conventions and have a full array of prints, and you could probably find some service that will let you mail out prints that you don't need to do it yourself, and that if somebody wants to pay, my guess is, I don't know, whatever that, random services will have it depending on size, and that if they want to pay $15 or whatever, that they can have their very own Krelly Eve Malia print, and that you get a kickback from it or something.
Yeah, you know what? I'll even throw in my very professional MS Paint signature.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, it's a steal now. It's a
Yes,
steal.
indeed. How did these all start? Because these are, 60,000 channel points?
Okay, this is a wild story, so strap in. Okay. I used to semi-hardcore raid Final Fantasy XIV. I did that for quite a few years. I think it was about 7 or 8 years total that I did that. And my teammates sometimes required visuals. And so those visuals sometimes came from my hand and MS Paint. And I would draw them diagrams of what we would need to kind of do in order to beat the bosses. Now, I would add in little funny things in here and there, and it all started out as stick figures, right? It was never anything super detailed, not like this. God knows that I've actually gotten better somehow through doing all this.
I mean, this is the very distinctly, quaint bad drawings. These are the fun bad drawings that you have
Exactly.
the beady little eyes and the fun little smile. That this is something that you can tell what the intention is. That this looks like you drew it very much wanting this style. I am such a terrible artist. I could try and emulate this style, and it would look like just bad. I can't make my stuff look good bad.
I think it takes a certain kind of talent and a certain kind of practice, and it's a bit of an art in itself to make good, bad art. And I definitely had to work to this point. If you saw some of the earlier stuff, it was not as good. It was not as good, I think, as this. I think I've really popped off as much as you can in that genre. But yeah, I made raid charts. And they got the message across.
And I guess then when you moved into streaming, that I understand how you got your art education or your practice, I suppose, but then how does it become a 60,000 channel point redeem?
Okay, so I started doing those art streams just kind of like, I don't know, it was just kind of like a content idea. I was like, you know, I'm not a great artist. There's a lot of really good artists out there that I think, you know, they probably deserve, you know, a lot of attention. And I felt kind of bad, right? I felt bad at first. I was like, why am I just over here scribbling in MS Paint, you know, for entertainment? But then I realized it's like the entertainment aspect. It's not really the skill that I think people find. Like, some people do find skill and they like to learn from streams. And I think that's really cool. I know some artist friends of mine, for instance, have learned from my 2.0 model Papa, who does amazing streams. Very good artist. I felt weird like streaming art alongside him when my art is that and his is like beautiful chef kiss masterpieces. But I think people still liked the art streams even though they're not, you know, terribly skillful art. I think they like the entertainment aspect, the sort of like unhinged, because we do call ourselves Unhinged Cozy over on my channel. It was like the, oh god, what is Amalia gonna draw next kind of factor. But I did initially feel bad about doing it. I thought that, you know, I wasn't deserving.
Genres that, you know,
exactly.
You have people who are doing Monty Python camp, and you have people who are trying to make movies that will win Oscars. And is one perhaps in some ways a bit more technical, depending on who you ask, maybe, but they take different skills that I almost wonder what, and obviously I genuinely don't know the answer because I'm not an artist myself, but if someone like your model Papa, who is very good at quote-unquote high technicality art, if they tried to make this style, would they have trouble with it?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
Because it is so terribly different, that would they be able to find that balance of cutesy absurdist and then compared to what they normally make of just, you know, if you get a Shakespearean actor and tell them to do Monty Python, they might not be as good as the Monty Python folks, and similarly, Monty Python folks may or may not be as good at Shakespeare.
Yeah, big agree. Actually, now that you bring that up, that's so funny, because I recently, not to just start the interview and just unleash all of my cringe at once,
Oh,
I
please.
recently had to-
Don't threaten me with a good time, Amalia.
I'll threaten you with a good time. I recently had to write a fan fiction for, it was a subathon reward. It was honestly the most painful thing I've ever written in my life. I can tell you right now, it was the worst thing I've ever written, but somehow I think it might actually be the best thing I've ever written in a weird roundabout way. And I will tell you right now, as someone who, I have actually done a little bit of professional writing work, that was really hard. It was hard to write something intentionally bad. And I had to really think about, like, because, you know, there's the bad kind of bad that is, like, boring to read, and then there's the bad kind of bad that's funny. I wanted it to be the bad kind of bad that's funny, not the bad kind of bad that's boring. And so I was really just kind of struggling to write that and hit those notes. And I feel like eventually I got it, but I was really worried because it is hard. I think that if you're skilled and if you're talented, to dumb that talent down a little bit and to intentionally fight against what you've been taught.
And again, that it's sort of a different genre, that you
is.
were writing something that was supposed to still have that level of skill and that level of thought into it, but it was just a wildly different style. And that if you have trained and prepared it and gotten just practice from years of professional writing, there's a certain way that you will phrase things, certain sets of words that you will use, certain sets of words that you will not use, and that you have to just sort of go with the inverse in a lot of ways, but then also still consider, okay, this needs to be good bad writing, so it still has to have some semblance of cohesion. You need to be able to have something that is going to hit that emotional resonance, even if the emotion that you are resonating with is cringe. And
That's
from what
true.
you mentioned to me, I think you succeeded because if memory serves, this took a long time to write, not necessarily because it was inherently difficult, but because you caused yourself so much psychic damage that after writing a matter of a few sentences to a paragraph, you had to put it down.
Yes, that is true. I did have to actually some days go sentence by sentence when I decided to write this, or I was rather told to write this by chat. I would have to go, like, I would write a sentence, and then I literally could not. After that, I would have to close
Just
the
questioning,
document.
what have I done? What have I done?
Exactly. I let them. Oh, so I thought to myself, oh, it'll be fine. It'll just be like a small, fanfic. I thought, oh, it'd be fun, a nice little interaction to get to pick what the fanfic is gonna be about. I should have known it was gonna be the worst thing that they could have
What
possibly.
did they choose since they had this agency over the topic?
Do you know what Nyan Neko Sugar Girls is?
It rings a bell, but I'm going to need to
Okay.
look it up.
It's a very old YouTube animation from like the early 2000s. Do you remember those early 2000s?
Oh yeah, this
Like,
is
yeah.
early era Flash animation right here.
It's like really
Oh,
rough.
boy.
Nobody actually knows if it was like a serious animation or if it was supposed to be a parody. But it exists on the internet, and okay, so a lot of things that happen in my VTuber life, I've actually realized it all happens because of my friend Merp. Okay, I've realized this.
Merp, if you're in
So-
chat, please stand up and accept responsibility.
Yeah, Merp. This is all Merp's fault, by the way. This whole thing happened because of Merp. So, I would say about a year ago, I did a collab with him and our other friend Shamaya, and we did a full reenactment of Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, the full show, every single episode, in one stream. It was awful. I had to voice the main
And what's the
character because
runtime for that? What's the
too
original runtime?
damn long. That's the runtime. Too damn long. It has to be like at least 45 minutes or an hour. It was awful. It was totally awful. And he did that because it was like a subathon reward for like his subathon, but I had to partake of it because he asked me to, and I said yes for some reason, like an idiot. But I had to voice the main character because my hair is green and her hair is green, and I guess that's just how
Well,
logic
of course,
works.
yeah. You really have no choice at that point.
Right. So I had to voice the main character, and from that, because I practiced the voice and I guess nailed the voice, in his opinion, it became kind of a recurring meme that, just like Raku-chan, that's her name is Raku-chan. And so
So then it's top of mind for your folks when you have your subathon, and that did the goal of, all right, we're going to write a bad fanfic, but naturally that's the first thing they go to.
Naturally, they decided it had to be Amalia and Raku-chan's Fortnite adventure because they had to just find the most cringe stuff they could. That was the prompt I was given. They were like, it has to be you and Raku-chan competing in Fortnite.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned that to me when we spoke earlier. You mentioned Fortnite was involved, and I was like, of course it is. Of course, if you're going to layer it and make it modern versus when it was released in the early 2000s, what is the perfect analogy? What is the cringiest thing that you can possibly pair that with? Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Well done, chat. Well done.
Yep. That's what they told me. And I will say this: I actually added Mikolash and Revolver Ocelot in because those are also recurring jokes on the channel. And I was like, I'll throw this in for you guys as a treat. And they end up. Spoiler alert, I guess, for this very riveting fanfic. Mikolash and Revolver Ocelot end up together romantically.
Ooh, spicy.
Very spicy because there's a recurring thing that I like Old Man Yaoi as well. And so I was like, fine, if you guys are going to make me write this, I'm going to give you all psychic damage a little bit.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You
A little
kind of
bit.
have to do that. If you're going to go through all this, you need to be able to derive some enjoyment, and that, frankly, I would figure that they would be disappointed if they didn't get psychic damage, too.
Exactly. I knew that I did a good job if everybody was in pain afterwards. which is honestly a very, very like whack thing to say out of context. It's a very wild thing to say out of context, but I swear, like, if you're gonna make me write something that bad, I get to have my laugh too in some way, right? I think that's the only fair. You know, it's only fair, right?
Of course. And I have posted the link for this in chat that you do have that on your link tree that people can get to from your Twitter account and other pages. But just for funsies and just because I feel like I need to experience some of this psychic damage for myself, I'm going to do... I'm not going to read the whole thing, but let's go with just the opening 2 paragraphs dramatic reading of Amalia and Raku-chan's Fortnite Adventure by Amalia Solaris.
Wonderful. No, please.
Today's the day, Amalia realized, rubbing her eyes. It's the day of the Fortnite competition. As she jumped out of bed and ran to brush her teeth, the dragon eagerly thought to herself about how excited she was to get to meet all the super cool superstars like Goku, Solid Snake, Naruto, Gojo, and Darth Vader. They were so sugoi pog crazy awesome, all in caps 4 exclamation points. She was so lucky that she had kinda maybe convinced the Fortnite devs to let her play the game by holding their families hostage in Minecraft, with the threat of a hearty smite if they refused her. But it was such a shame that they had forced her to play duos, which meant she needed someone to be her partner. And if that's not a sales pitch, I don't know what is.
I know. I cooked. Did I cook well? Maybe. I think it depends on the eye of the beholder.
She cooked. The kitchen may have caught fire and the building may have burnt down, but cooking absolutely happened here.
Cooking of some kind. Was it good? That's
besides the point. We don't need to answer that question.
Exactly.
And it's not too bad a read in terms of length. You know, this is, my guess is 2,000, 3,000 words-ish, so...
It's about 2,000, yeah. I couldn't stand to make it longer. I couldn't do it.
Understandably so. But I don't even know if I should say congratulations, well done, or I'm so sorry, all of the above.
All of the above is totally fine.
That's fair.
All of the above is totally fine.
But you do realize that if you ever do another subathon, they're going to demand the sequel.
Oh, I already told them. They've already started demanding. And I said, what was this one at? This one was like, okay, so I did this subathon. First subathon I've ever done, by the way. Underestimated chat, as you always do, I feel. And I think I put this at $4,000. I swear I'm gonna have to, like, double it. Because that was so painful. That was like... Was it worth $4,000? I'm not sure, you know?
Possibly,
and that's a lot of
maybe.
money. A lot of money. That's like a whole VTuber model right there.
And you do have some not quite so cringe creative writing available on your website as well, that you do actually have the From a Dragon's Diary series, which is your lore. And I guess when you decided that you wanted to be a VTuber, that some folks do go with the lore-heavy approach. Some folks really just say, I like the look of this model, and I'm going to say maybe a one-sentence thing that semi-justifies the model existing, and that is the extent of my lore. When you started out, did you know that you wanted to have writing and this sort of world-building be part of your content as a VTuber, or was it something that perhaps a little bit after getting the model that you had some inspiration?
Ooh, that's a really good question. So, my lore, in general, I didn't really brainstorm it. It just kind of, like, happened in my brain, right? It just kind of, like, there was no, like, oh, I'm gonna, like, think about it. It was just, like, whenever I concepted out, like, the VTuber idea, it was just kind of, like, the story that came to me for the model, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so my initial thought was, because I read, like, at the time I wrote so much, I just kind of knew that writing was gonna happen, whether I willed it or not. It would just happen eventually, because that's just how I'm built. I have a problem with just, like, writing a lot. I still write quite a bit. Even to this day, I put down, I think, 1K words on a project the other day. You know, just kind of sitting there, just like, blinked and then it was like, oh, I just wrote 1,000 words. Oh, okay, well that's kind of nice.
How did that all get there?
Exactly. I make characters all the time. I make OCs all the time. I make stories all the time. I just knew that eventually, like, it was gonna happen whether I wanted it to or not, whether I had a plan for it to or not. It would just happen because that's just how I'm built. And I know that's kind of a weird answer. It was just an inevitability, I guess, that there would be a lot of lore, but I also understood as a VTuber, at least for marketing purposes, you want to have a condensed version of everything. I feel like that appeals to people, and it doesn't scare people off as much. But I also tell people that you should have as much lore as you want, but just be prepared to have a marketable version.
Ah, that's a really good way to phrase it.
Yeah,
Okay.
just have a marketable version of your lore, but don't be afraid to get as, like, if you want to go Dark Souls level with it, go Dark Souls level with it. Do it. But I think having that marketable bit, you know, that you can advertise really, really well and really, really briefly, that is what's going to get people interested at first.
Yeah, you want to make it seem approachable, but not, okay, you need to read all the lore before you can understand what's going on in the stream.
Yeah, I don't want to alienate people like that. Obviously, I still get questions every now and then, like my butler. I do have a butler. I mean, it is something that every now and then I'll have to, like, pause and be like, okay, I do have a butler. He does bring me tea. He brought me this mug of tea that I'm drinking right now. You know, I'll have to pause and, like, explain that, but really, there's not a whole lot on the stream. You know that meme that's like the lore is like it's like that picture of like the really scary werewolf and it's like VTuber lore. And then it's like a picture of like a puppy. It's like how the VTuber is on stream.
Yes.
Yeah. I do think like that is like an inevitability for a lot of VTubers when we do have hardcore lore. I think that is inevitable how that comes about. But
it's not going to be very fun on stream if everything is dark and scary and depressing and gritty and such. That's not going to make for, you know, especially if it's going to be a normal stream, that if you're actually doing a role play stream or something, you can make that work. But if you're going to be doing anything really resembling conventional content creation, you just can't really have that much.
Exactly. So, like, I do have a lot of lore. I try not to let the lore be something that's going to be constantly in the forefront of stream for those that don't really care about stuff like that, but I want to have that lore stuff available for those who do, because I'm the kind of person that I'll write a whole encyclopedia on my own lore. I have already done that, but that doesn't need to be something that's like constantly pushed on the stream. I think that would get tiring. I think it'd get tiring not just for chat, but it'd get tiring for me, because imagine I'm just trying to be like this, like, then again, you know, your lore is what you make of it, right? So, like, I've already incorporated my own, how to put it, my own personality into the lore to make it so that it kind of, like, effortlessly flows into stuff. But imagine, say, if I was, like, a stoic kind of dragon, you know, I'm all, like, I'm the guardian of the forest, you know, as a lot of people assume that I should be, because I do guard a forest, right? They assume I should be all, like, stoic and stuff like that. Imagine I do that, and then I go and I draw what's on the screen right now.
Or
Like,
if you drew this.
Or if I drew that. Yeah. Imagine. But I do tell people with lore, you know, keep your own personality in mind a lot, because if you want your lore to seamlessly flow with you, you gotta tailor it to yourself.
Yeah.
Not just necessarily what you think is cool.
Because if you're actively having to do something that is counter to your own personality, if you're having to actually sort of pull yourself in an unnatural direction constantly, that's just going to get tiring.
It will get tiring. Not every VTuber is a professional actor, you know? So I feel as though, you know, you'll get tired after a while. You're not going to have that kind of, like, mentality. You're not going to have the stamina for that kind of stuff. So I knew that going in, but I'd already been watching VTubers for a while. I'd been watching them for, like, I think 2 years. So I kind of knew that it would be a good idea to just kind of, like, tailor my stuff towards myself from the get-go, knowing that I was going to end up writing a lot. because that's just who I am.
Okay, so you did enter into things knowing, okay, writing is almost inevitably going to be part of what I end up doing.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the lore behind this one?
Oh, that the drawing?
Yeah, I admittedly, I'm not familiar with the other character.
Oh, that's the commander from Monster Hunter World.
Ah,
I had a bit of a crush on him. I had a bit of a crush on him.
I couldn't tell. That I didn't recognize the other character. I recognized the scenario.
Yeah, you know, somebody in chat thought it'd be cheeky to suggest, or rather pay, a bunch of points to have me draw the commander in suspenders, knowing full well what that was gonna do to me.
So we actually need to connect the dots now. So
Okay.
the drawing started when you were doing Final Fantasy hardcore rating, that you were drawing the rating diagrams and such.
Mhm.
How does that then get to your streams here? Because I forget, did you do hardcore rating on stream, or is that just where those drawing skills came from?
So both. I did actually semi-hardcore raid on stream a long time ago before I was a VTuber. I guess I did a little bit when I was a VTuber, but I actually found that I didn't really like streaming it because it was really hard to keep up with chat and also raid in a semi-hardcore way. I found that it was just too difficult. So I decided to not stream raid any longer. And I just went full, just like whatever I felt like streaming, I would stream that instead. And that ended up being a lot of Nintendo and retro. But I did stream that. Actually, if you end up digging into like my Twitch tracker, I know the Twitch tracker, the spooky analytics, you can see that I used to stream. I mean, I have like almost 80 or 90 hours of Final Fantasy 14 stream hours, but I was like not an affiliate. I was, very casually, maybe once a week for, several years ago, I would stream just kind of not to gain an audience. That was not my original intention. It was simply to have a method to clip things so we could find out what went wrong in raid.
Oh, okay. I never actually thought about streaming as like a rating or competitive information tool.
Yeah, we used it like that, so that's why I have all those hours of 14. And when I did start VTubing, I did try to like continue that, but I realized that one, I just didn't like it. I didn't like trying to be entertaining to chat while also streaming. And
also that's just going to be one of the more difficult things to do.
Yes.
I don't understand how people can do Souls-like games and be entertaining, because even that still requires a lot of mental bandwidth. But hardcore rating is going to be even more so.
Hardcore rating was even harder, I thought, than Souls-like stuff, because I was not doing the simple stuff. I was doing the hardest of hardest content, and that requires a lot of focus, and I just couldn't dedicate that while also streaming at the same time. So I opted, okay, I'll stream in the afternoons. That's actually how I ended up afternoon streaming. I would stream before raid. I would have an hour, and then I would go raid for 3 hours. And that became so tiring. Some people, I think, that were here about last year, because I quit about a year ago, they probably remember how tired I was during like every stream, because I was basically pulling doubles like every day.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we would stream for like 5 hours. I would have 1 hour to like get food and like take care of stuff, and then I would go and then I go and raid for 3 hours and do like the hardcore, like really like you need to be mentally focused and totally prepared.
And also just the order in which you're doing that, because then you're ending the day when you are likely to be more tired with the more mentally strenuous of the two streams.
Yes.
So you're also just not doing yourself any favors the way you're ordering it.
Exactly.
But inevitably, if that's when people are available to raid, that's when you're going to have the raids.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just how it had to be for a while. So I ended up doing that for, oh my gosh, I think it might have been a little over a year, and it was really, really tiring. I kind of considered that like when I quit for a variety of reasons. One was burnout. some was another reason. There's just like IRL things I need to take care of. But when I quit, I was able to focus more on VTubing, and that was when I had started to notice that my channel was doing really well. It was starting to do really well, and I could kind of tell that my raid schedule was starting to hamper that. And I was already burnt out. I had been raiding for about 8 years, and I kind of knew that it was time to stop. You know,
wow, that's a long time.
8 years.
8 years.
It was a long time.
Like,
I started raiding.
Going to the old days of FF14. That
Yes.
would be before the hard reset, right?
I started like 2.0-ish. 2.0-ish, yeah. I didn't get to play 1.0 because everybody told me that it was awful. But I wanted to. I didn't actually get to play it until, 2.0. And then I played it a lot. I made it my whole personality for a while. A lot of people like don't know that because I don't stream it, but I don't stream it because it's kind of like my wind down game nowadays. It's like I take it very chill now. I just, I do have the fashion stuff. I just kind of hang out. I'll sometimes help people clear stuff because I'm like the old retired raider, but that's kind of it now.
The grizzled veteran dragon.
Yeah, I'm so grizzled and old. I've done like all the hard content that's come out since, from 2.0 to all the way through like Endwalker basically. And I quit right before or like during the last like Savage tier. I was just so tired. I just couldn't. But yeah, I usually just kind of like take it easy now. But a lot of people don't know that.
Do you recall the moment of crossover from the raid doodles to the wonderful art that we see here? What was the first instance of that? I'm guessing it was somebody who had been watching back when you were raiding, was familiar with your artistic abilities and suggested perhaps, just on a lark? Or was this something that you thought of and maybe it was something like another subathon reward?
It was something that, okay, so years ago, back in like Stormblood, okay, I count time based off of Final Fantasy expansions. Is that bad? That's probably bad.
I've heard of crazier ways of, figuring out eras and years.
Years ago, I had friends in Final Fantasy who told me they thought I'd be a good streamer. And I told them they were crazy. This had to have been like 6 years ago, 6-ish years ago or something like that. And
they were onto something.
They were onto something. They were actually onto something. And then I don't remember the exact moment when I thought to stream the doodles, but one day I think I just like jotted down some funny little things on stream and people thought it was funny. And so I was like, what if I just do a whole stream for this? And I think the first one I did was I had Chat and we designed boomers in chat, hold on to your seats. We designed a Sparkle Dog OC from the DeviantArt early 2000s while listening to Linkin Park.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a time.
I'm just sort of, I can imagine this stream more vividly than I am comfortable saying. Oh boy.
Yeah. If you were there for the early 2000s, you know. It was a time to be on the internet. And if you weren't there, I'm sorry, you missed out on an era that
It was a time of all time.
It was a time of all time. And I just thought it was fun to revisit that kind of like, revisit the music, revisit that kind of like vibe, make this like ridiculous like wolf OC, but he's like part hellhound, and he's got like black fur with neon on it, and like the crazy
red
hair
highlights,
and stuff like that. Yeah. Like I just thought it's funny. And one thing that I've noticed about not just I guess about streaming is I have a lot of people that I do have some younger people than me, in my audience, but I have a lot of people that are around my age. And just kind of going down those little like trips down memory lane, it's just kind of nice, it gives that comfy nostalgia feeling.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm guessing from that initial stream that you realize, okay, there's a demand for it, and you now have the point redeem at 60,000. I get the feeling it didn't start that high.
It did not start that high. It started way lower. I got
And
absolutely
that you then realized that
pumped.
you had to, that you had to increase the price because you were probably getting those redeems just to the point where you weren't able to do other things.
Basically, yeah, I would have to schedule full streams, kind of like how I do right now. I'd have to schedule full streams to just do that. And I do remember making it a redeem because I wanted to do more art streams, but I didn't necessarily have prompts to do like drawings. And I was like, okay, well maybe chat will have ideas. And I was like, what if I make that an incentive? They can tell me what to draw and they can pay channel points. Some people had complained that I didn't have as many bigger channel points, so I made that one as a pretty big one. And one thing I will say is during my subathon, I did this like a fool. I made there be a incentive where all the subathon or all of the redeems were half off.
Oh,
for
no.
the entirety of the subathon. My subathon ran for 21 days. And so there was a lot of art done during that subathon. There was a lot of art done. I forget how many we had at one point. It had to have been 40 plus.
Oh my gosh.
It was a lot. Chad had so many ideas. Some of them are really funny.
And we have one here, the Minty Cabbage.
Yeah. This is Minty, my friend Minty Mikosu. Holding a cabbage. Her lore is like she's got a lot of farming and like gardening in her lore, and so I wanted to draw her in like my cabbages meme from Avatar: The Last Airbender, which I found out later she has never watched before, and I told her she had to go watch it. Isn't that sad?
Absolutely.
She needs to go watch it.
Seriously, I know that you are very much into lore. I could do a good rant on Avatar: The Last Airbender and just,
It's a good show.
It's a very good series.
It's a very good show. I watched it like late in high school, and I've been out for a while, and I feel bad that I didn't watch it faster. I kind of I don't know. I kind of was like, oh, the buffalo's flying. That's dumb. I was kind of in like that kind of like everything's dumb. High school mentality.
Aging myself a little bit here, I watched it as it aired. I remember the premiere, and I remember watching Sozin's Comet. I wasn't able to watch it the night it premiered. I watched it the next morning, though. I recorded it and watched it the next morning, and just it is incredible how well that series has aged.
It really is. I'm due for a rewatch of it.
Yeah, I just go back every so often to sort of remind myself, okay, was it actually that good, or is this roasting glasses? Watch a couple episodes and like, no, it was actually just that good.
It was actually that good, yeah. I watched it, oh gosh, it was right before I went to college. I watched it like that summer, and I feel like it was such a good, like, I know Aang is much younger than a college, to-be college person, but it was a good, like, coming of age kind of like story, and I was like, oh, I kind of resonate with this a bit, Yeah. It was nice. It was really nice.
Did you watch the live action?
No, I can't bring myself to either of the live actions. I can't do it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. There's only one live action that came out in the last year. There's never been any other live action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Right, it's like how we all hallucinated that one Aragon movie and Sly 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how the entire Borderlands fandom is currently hallucinating a movie.
Yeah, that's so weird. I heard about that. They're just like hallucinating a movie with like Cate Blanchett in it and like Jack Black. That's crazy.
And Jamie Lee Curtis, which I think on paper sounds amazing. I'd love to see a movie like that. It sounds like if they did it right, that it could be really good.
I agree, but I hear that there's this mass hallucination. They're just hallucinating like the worst outcome.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
That's so sad.
Very sad.
So sad.
There is no movie in Ba Sing Se.
There is no movie in Ba Sing Se. There's no Sly 4 in Ba Sing Se. Yeah, we say that a
there
lot.
Was there is no Sly Cooper movie.
Oh, there's just no Sly Cooper movie in general, and I'm sad about it.
The trailer was so good. Do you remember that trailer?
Yes, I was so excited. I love Sly Cooper so much.
It was amazing.
I want to stream all 3 Sly games. Yes, you heard me. All 3. All 3. Did you guys ever see the Spyro poster for the movie?
No, I'm assuming this is a fan-made one. I don't think there ever was actually Was there
I don't
ever
know if
actually
there
a real Spyro one in production?
There was a Spyro movie based off of Legend of Spyro, I believe, in production. And I remember there being a poster that floated around, but it could have been fake. I don't know. But I just know that that happened. I know the Sly Cooper movie got canceled. And I think, what was it? Was it Ratchet and Clank got a movie, right? Or was it Jack and Daxter? I get those two confused.
To be fair, I do too.
I was not a PlayStation kid growing up. I was a Nintendo kid.
Neither was I.
I got a PlayStation way later because I went back and I played like Final Fantasy 8 and 7 and 10 and a lot of Kingdom Hearts.
It was a Ratchet and Clank movie.
Hearts. Ratchet and Clank movie. That's right. I've not played Ratchet and Clank. I have played Jack and Daxter, but I only played the first one. And it was really hard. Like, really hard.
Oh, they had
like, it had
Paul
no right
Giamatti and John Goodman in it. Wow.
Really? What the heck?
Paul Giamatti played Drek and John Goodman was Grimroth. I've not actually played Ratchet and Clank, so I don't know if those are original characters or significant ones, but neat.
I don't even know what those names mean, but that sounds really cool.
I don't either, but...
Nah, I was a Nintendo kid growing up. I was all about that Mario, that Banjo-Kazooie, that Star Fox. Don't get me started on Star Fox. Oh my god. We will be here all day.
Star Fox is... Confession, I've never actually played a Star Fox game.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
But
a lot of people haven't.
That's the thing. It's so astounding that since Star Fox was in Smash Brothers from the beginning, that the characters are recognized, the franchise is recognized as much as anything else on a Nintendo console, and the entire franchise has just been left to languish. And I can't tell if it's because every time they make a game that the sales are underwhelming versus what they're expecting, or if it's just that I don't quite understand, but I feel bad for the Star Fox fandom because I can tell that they are being woefully underserved.
Yes. And that has caused the Star Fox fandom to have the same discourse for the last 20 years. I'm not even joking.
And what is that discourse?
Oh my gosh.
Is it the question of why, or...
Is Star Fox Command canon? That's the big one. It always happens. It's like, okay. It's one of those discourses that's like so weird and it's constant. And if you go back and you dig up the quote, the guy said, technically it is kind of, it's weird because basically it has multiple endings.
Oh.
And so the question of which ending is canon, and the guy effectively said, if we were to make a game that happens after Command, it would take place during Command. And so I have always interpreted that to mean it would take place between the ending of like the Star Fox versus the Anglar War and some of the endings that take place maybe 20 years after that. Because there's some endings where it's like Fox retires and he lives out his life. Like, you know, you can't really have a sequel if Fox is like out, retired, living his own life. I guess you could probably. You can always write a character back into the seat, I think. But I think basically a lot of people interpreted that as like it's not canon. But I'm like, he said it was in the middle of the game, so it's still canon, technically. Or it's like in the middle, or it's like in the game.
Luigi Medic has clear opinions on this one.
A lot of people don't like Command. There's reasons to not like it, and I think they're totally fine. They're totally fine reasons to not like it. I think people hate it too much, though. I think there's like a reasonable amount of hate for that game. Like there's a level that's reasonable, and a lot of people overshoot it by a lengthy amount, just because it makes some controversial choices. The dialogue leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh no.
Yeah. I could rant about that for forever, but I will spare you all. I will spare you all. What basically what the quote is what the quote is it is implying that it is canon if you dig back and you look at the original quote that he said when the game came out. Sorry, continue.
Now is there time travel involved in the game, or is it just you have potential branching paths and you get to see multiple potential world line endings?
The second one. There's no time travel.
Okay.
There's branching paths. Which
right,
makes
that's what makes it really tricky, because then there's the question of, okay, what is the quote-unquote true ending? Is there a true path? and
Exactly.
that just anytime you're going to do that in a game, that's when you have screwy things. And then, because at the very least, you look at Link to the Past, and technically all 3 timelines are canon. And yes, that does terribly confusing things to continuity, but you're not fighting over which is legitimate. Now you're fighting over, okay, how the heck does this actually piece together?
Oh, I think you mean Ocarina of Time.
Sorry, did I say,
I think you said Link,
Link to the Past.
Which is,
sorry,
really
Ocarina of Time,
game.
you're correct.
There is, well, okay, there's not time travel in it. There's multi-world travel. But, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time.
With Ocarina of Time, it's so funny you mentioned that because I'm literally doing a video for my YouTube about Zelda. And I was working on it.
I stumbled into that without meaning to. That genuinely was.
You genuinely did. You genuinely did. And I was going through my old dialogue for it. I have to re-record some of it because I recorded it a while back, and I have since played one of the games I claim to have not played, and that's Four Swords Adventure. I played that yesterday, actually, for the first time. It was really fun. Really fun time. I played it with 3 friends of mine. But I was listening to it and I was like, wait, Amalia's kind of spitting here. Past Amalia's kind of spitting here. And basically, the way I view the timeline is like, Captain Barbossa. It's more like guidelines. It's more like guidelines. I know there's like an official Nintendo one, but I think people get a little too bent out of shape, especially with Tears of the Kingdom. They're like, oh, it can't be this one, or it can't be this timeline because blah, 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 blah. And it's like...
They established that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are, well, Breath of the Wild specifically is the unification point in the far-flung future, and that Tears of the Kingdom is the farthest forward timeline one. So it's not in a timeline that it is unified, and that's actually something that I find particularly fascinating and kind of brilliant on Nintendo's part, because obviously the fandom for years on end had been trying to piece together, okay, how do these different installments fit together, because it wasn't entirely obvious. And when you're working with 3 legitimate timelines, as you are due to Ocarina of Time, it's actually just weird. And that they then, I think it was the Hyrule Historia book, that they actually published the timeline and show, okay, here's where the split happens, here is the child timeline, the victorious timeline, and the bad timeline, and that then they say, okay, 10,000 years pass, and that everything will inevitably lead to Breath of the Wild. That in however many iterations of the reincarnation of the Hero of Time and Ganondorf, that they will eventually happen here, that this is a canon event, a fixed point. And I think that's the smartest move they could have possibly done, because trying to maintain 3 timelines long-term in a series like that would not have been sustainable. I'm frankly impressed that they were able to do it for as long as they did. And that people would not have liked if they said, okay, this is now just a different universe, the other stuff never actually happened, and we're now just starting with a single contiguous timeline. But that, as far as time travel narratives go, I think that it is such a simple thing to say, but logically it is satisfying to say they all inevitably converge here. It feels like it is hand-wavy and simple, but at the same time, in time travel just logic, that's something that everyone sort of looked and said, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are mad about it as of Tears of the Kingdom. There's been like a lot
people
of
being mad about Tears of the Kingdom is entirely irrelevant from the unification of the timeline. That's just people being mad at Tears of the Kingdom.
There's a certain thing, it's kind of spoilery for Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, okay. Actually, I haven't actually finished Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay,
I
have not
I'm a little
either.
over halfway through.
I have not
I know
either.
what they're...
But I know.
I see where they're going
I know
with it.
why they're mad about it.
I do need to finish Tears of the Kingdom.
I need to finish it too.
I loved Breath of the Wild.
I did too. I liked
it is
Breath of the Wild.
one of my 2 favorite Zelda games, and I feel like I do have to put an asterisk here because I didn't grow up with a Nintendo 64. That I played Nintendo 64 at friends' houses a bunch growing up, but my first console that I owned was a GameCube. So I never actually played Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask myself. I have experienced those games via streams, but I do feel like I have to put an asterisk there. But my 2 favorites are Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess.
Those are good picks. I only just now got to play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask all the way through this last year. I had a Nintendo 64. For some reason, we never had Zelda on the N64. My first Zelda was probably, I think it was Oracle of Seasons.
Ooh,
which
that's
is
an
like
interesting place to start.
Yeah, not the best place, by the way, especially when you're like 9 and have undiagnosed ADHD. Don't do that.
It's about the same as mine. My first one was Link's Awakening, being rented from Blockbuster, so I never actually finished the game, but started it a half dozen times.
Oh my gosh, Blockbuster.
And
one of my core
Game Boy Color rental from Blockbuster.
Yeah, Game Boy Color. Oh my gosh. I remember renting. Did I ever rent any Game Boy Color stuff? I don't know if I did, but I definitely rented a lot of N64. I remember trying to rent Conker's Bad Fur Day when I was 9. My parents said no, and understandably, I think I would have been traumatized. I think I was around 9. I was either 8 or 9 when that happened. But yeah, Zelda stuff. Actually, so funny. I have my Hyrule Historia at my desk.
It is a good book.
It's a good book.
They put a lot into that thing.
I really like looking at the concept art. I really like concept art stuff. It's really cool, especially for Zelda. It's got so much cool stuff. But the timeline stuff, I know some people are upset about that because of something with Tears of the Kingdom. I think if people get too like bent out of shape, I don't know. I just tell people just loosey goosey. It's like a little, more like guidelines. But I do like what they did. I think that I definitely don't think they planned from the get-go.
Oh goodness,
to even
no.
have timelines.
No.
They just kind of like made stuff up as they went along.
And they happened to have a game that had time travel, and they realized a decade after the fact, oh wait, people actually care about this crap.
Yeah.
How do we reconcile this without undermining what we did and making it so we can still continue it? Just say it all actually happens and that it then converges.
Exactly.
So somebody was actually really big brain there.
Yeah, I honestly, okay, here's my theory as to why they even established the timeline. I think they established the timeline to like solidify more control as like over their IP. I think they did
that and to just get themselves out of it, because it was when they published it that they said, okay, this and here's where it converges, that's going to be the next game, and no more timeline shenanigans. They did it. I fully agree with your thing of just it gave them more control, and that it gave them the control to get out of timelines.
Yeah. I feel like they definitely did that because a lot of people beforehand were making their own like theories and stuff like that, and I know Nintendo did just get so possessive over stuff. And I mean, you can make an argument for like, you know, maybe it's a good thing that they're possessive in some ways, right? Over their IPs. But I think that it was like they were kind of wanting to...
I think it was a safety precaution, not in terms of the normal IP possessiveness that Nintendo exercises, and you know, obviously that's a whole other kettle of fish of Nintendo's IP control. Some of it understandable and justified, some of it frankly over-aggressive. I think that your phrase of them wanting control is correct, and I think the logic there is on the more understandable side, because I think they were sort of protecting themselves not against like infringement, but expectations, because if over time the fandom sort of coalesces around a particular theory, then Nintendo is having to fight against that in not a IP protection sense, but in a lore expectation sense of, okay, if we make our new game and that our creative writers do something that is out of line with what the fans have kind of coalesced on, that's going to cause entirely unnecessary friction. That there's many reasons that people get angry about over video game lore, some of it justified, most of it not. But if we can just take one of those potential things for friction off the table, let's do that. And how do we do that? Let's just give them what they want. Here's your darn timeline, folks. Enjoy, and we're moving on.
Exactly. Exactly. Nintendo's so weird about like they will care about what the fans think and then they will just not care sometimes. It's so weird. It's so weird and it's so funny. It's like you can never expect anything out of Nintendo. You can never predict Nintendo. That is what one of my non-VTuber Oshis says all the time. Anytime you do a prediction video, you're really just doing shots in the dark for Nintendo.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
You really cannot predict what they're gonna do. Because half the time they go one way, half the time they go the other way, and it's like you just can't tell which way they're gonna go. They could do something that's just totally out of left field, you know? Like oh gosh, what has been so left field? I think I would say Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is pretty left field, considering
that Nintendo's entire console design. That I read a book a while back. I think it was published. It was like 2010-ish. It's called Nintendo Magic: Winning the Console Wars, and it goes through the early days of development for different Nintendo consoles and how the business evolved, and that Nintendo has never played the game, literally or figuratively, that Microsoft and Sony have played, that they've never been about graphics, that they've always been about functionality, and that all of their systems implement something functional that adds to game design, that even going as far back as the light gun for Duck Hunt on the NES, that you have the DS with the touchscreen, you have, obviously, the Wii, you have the Switch, all these things, and how they're implementing gameplay functionality, but keeping their systems very cheap because all the technology they use is dated, existing technology. They're never pioneering. Nintendo does not develop technology ever. The technology that was used in the light gun is what remote controls use. It's just basic infrared.
Exactly.
What was, touch screens on the DS had been on Blackberries and other devices for a decade. The things that the accelerometers in the Wii remotes existed for a decade, and they basically just sort of ported that over for the Switch. Everything they do is trying to figure out how do we make something fun with existing technology, but that's an approach that Sony and Microsoft just have never, ever had.
Exactly.
They're always,
So
we have
funny
our
you mention
controller,
that.
we have good graphics, and, well, look at which company is the one that still is synonymous with video games, however many decades along.
Exactly. And it's so funny because kind of similar vein, Sakurai actually talked about this on his YouTube channel recently. As in the Masahiro Sakurai, the father of Smash Bros.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend. And
Please let him
there's-
sleep. Please just let
the
him
man
rest.
sleep. Dude, that guy, like, he gave me Banjo-Kazooie in Smash Bros. I will never ask anything from him ever again. He did so much work for that game. Oh my gosh. He did so much work.
It's absurd.
He did talk about not really the like hardware side, but the software side for like Nintendo's, I guess, like method of like thinking when it comes to like making video games. They don't chase trends. They don't do the whole like, oh, we're gonna make a live service, battle royale, right? Like they don't really do that. Like God forbid they ever think to do that in Splatoon. I would literally cry. But they don't really do stuff like that. And he was talking about why. And it makes sense, right? He's like, they don't just sit and they don't see what's been done. They want to keep innovating. They don't want to just chase trends because the trends have already been done. They don't just want to do market research, which can bite you in the butt, right? Because then you
Absolutely.
could theoretically make something that nobody wants to play.
They
can
named a console the Wii.
They did, for God knows why. They did, but they did.
But they did, and it worked, and became just it became public consciousness. If you mentioned the Wii, Nintendo Wii, everyone knew what it was.
Exactly.
It was still as synonymous as PlayStation and Xbox, and even though because that was when those companies were going with Xbox 360 and PlayStation 2, that they were keeping their brands, and Nintendo's like, nah. And when it was initially announced, everyone was like, what the frick is Nintendo thing calling it the Wii?
Yeah,
That
I
sounds
remember.
stupid.
I remember that.
That's
It was-
what? Who is in there making these decisions? And then a year on, it's just so accepted.
Yeah, people like don't they don't think twice about it. But when it came out, it was people made fun of it.
Oh, absolutely.
People made fun of it. So, I mean, people were already making fun of the GameCube because it was like a failure or whatever, which I didn't actually realize at the time. I thought it was a great console. I still think it's a great console, but it was a commercial failure.
Yep.
But
it did all right in the West.
The
it was demolished in Japan by the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
It was destroyed.
The PS2 is still just incredible.
It was Nintendo's handhelds that kept them afloat during the GameCube era and that kept them afloat during the Wii U era. Because obviously the Wii was a massive runaway success, completely revolutionized gaming as we know it in a lot of ways, frankly. And then the Wii U was one of the most abysmal follow-ups that we have ever seen. But they had the 3DS and the DS going, which is peak handheld gaming, so they were fine.
I'm one of the 10 people that bought a Wii U. Do you want to know why I bought the Wii U? It's a tragic story.
It has to be, well, you're probably not buying it for Nintendo Land. That was the one thing that everyone had on the Wii U, but it's not why you buy it. Why do you buy Wii U? Is it for... Because didn't they have, it was Hyrule Warriors.
They did have a Hyrule Warriors on it. I did not get that.
Was that where they first had Splatoon?
They did have Splatoon. I actually discovered Splatoon because my Wii came with Splatoon, but that's not why I got it, sadly. It's a worse story.
Oh no.
It was one of those, me looking at that console, not sure it was worth it, but at least I discovered Splatoon. Star Fox Zero.
Oh, I should have seen that coming.
For my birthday. I swear, every game that comes out around my birthday is cursed. That game, Dragon Age 2... I mean, Dragon Age 2 ended up alright, but it was really... It was really rushed in development, and you could tell. And Final Fantasy 13. Cursed. All three of them cursed in some kind of way. Cursed and disliked. Although Dragon Age 2 has become less disliked over the years. I don't know why. Every game around my birthday is cursed. Every game.
Glad Ryan made the guess of Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Oh, no. No. Not my cup of tea. I'm sure it's somebody's cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea, but it's somebody's.
And then you have the Switch, and now we're sort of waiting on whatever the Switch successor will be. And if there's not many things I will bet on for what the next console will be. The only thing that I would bet easy money on is it's not going to be the Switch 2. Nintendo never goes back to the same well for their naming conventions, with the noted exception of gestures broadly to the DS family. But that was because it was meant to be iterations on the same concept. But other than that, the only time that they ever actually iterated on a console name was their first two. The NES and the SNES. Everything else has been unique naming conventions, so who knows? I am not smart enough to know whatever the heck they have cooked up over there, because they know how to make consoles most of the time. And to be fair, the Wii U was a fine console concept. There was nothing wrong with the console inherently. They just never gave it a library.
They really didn't, and that was honestly the biggest problem. I have heard the rumors that it's gonna flop, that the Switch 2 successor is gonna flop, just because people are looking at the N64 and then GameCube, right?
Yeah, if you look at the patterns, it's one on, one off.
And then Switch, and then so people are like, okay, so the next one is going to be bad.
Supposed to be,
I've heard the rumor, or like the theory that it's gonna suck. I've heard people say it's gonna be called like Super Switch, and it's gonna be a Wii U situation all over again.
I would hope they've learned from that.
I don't think they're gonna do that.
And the other piece is that with the Switch, they effectively coalesced their handheld and their home console lines. That, like I said, the reason that the GameCube and the Wii U weren't the end of Nintendo as we know it is because they had strong handhelds throughout. But with the Switch, they have made the first, truly handheld console, and we now have a couple more, but that they have focused their efforts that way, and admittedly, that does put them at greater risk, that if they have a flop the degree of the Wii U, they don't have that safety net anymore.
That is true.
But at the same time, the ways in which the GameCube failed and the Wii U failed are different methods of failure, different causes of failure, and you could do a whole academic paper on the various factors there, but it was different how they failed. And
it was different. Yeah.
And I am cautiously optimistic that they're not going to have a Wii U situation again. Could they misstep? Absolutely. But I feel like they've gotten, naturally over time a lot smarter, and that with everything sort of riding on this, they're probably going to hedge their bets, and that the likelihood of a Wii U situation where they just didn't give it a library isn't going to be as likely, because while the Wii U was happening, they were also developing for their very successful handheld systems. They don't have that distraction now, so they will be developing for their one and only system. So, if anything, it's just not going to be as inherently possible for them to have that.
I'd also just think Microsoft and Sony are just not doing enough to, even be competition right now. They're just not.
The thing. What's on the PS5?
There's, one thing that I can think of that I even want, and that's already coming to PC. And that's Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
I have not bought a PS5 purely for that reason. I don't need to. I don't need to buy it. It would, all of that money could go towards another VTuber model. That's how I think of things now. It's I don't need a PS5. Sony has not made it worth it for me. Yeah, I could get Final Fantasy 7 and 16 faster, I guess, but I don't know. I've lived the life where I had to scrounge for pennies. I know not to just throw money out the window.
Yeah.
For something that I don't really need. So that's how I feel about the PS5.
And that's the other thing, that Nintendo's always kept their consoles affordable. They've always kept their price point below the competition, and usually by hundreds of dollars.
Yes.
That the Wii was $250 at launch or something, compared to what you were getting $400 for the PS3. It was about the same for the 360. The Nintendo DS was something like $120, $125 at launch, I think. That's one of the things that goes into play of just, all right, grandmother who doesn't know anything about video games walks into a GameStop, potentially rest in peace GameStop, but bottom line is they walk into a store wanting to get the grandkids something for the holidays, and they see 3 different systems. Even the grandmother is, one, going to know the name Nintendo, almost certainly. At the very least, they will recognize the name inevitably as much as PlayStation and Xbox, but then they also see 3 systems. One is $400, one is $300, one is $200. What are they going to buy? The one with the high price and the name they aren't recognizing as much, or the brand name with the lowest price?
Exactly. Nintendo's just too iconic, and they've had their rough patches, but right now they're just kind of winning. Just straight up, they're just kind of winning. And
obviously, Nintendo can do wrong. They are not perfect. They can do some really dumb stuff. Oh boy.
I would be shocked if they did, but yeah.
But their level of dumb usually isn't cataclysmic levels of dumb. It's okay, Nintendo, buddy, what are you thinking? Pick yourself up. Get back to doing what we know you can do.
Yeah, the Wii U is probably the worst that they've ever fallen in terms of making money. We can make arguments about falling in other ways, but making money wise, definitely the Wii U. I don't think they're ever going to do something like that again. I feel like they've already learned that they just need to have games for their consoles, and I don't know why this is such a novel concept. I'm not going to buy a console just to have it sit on a shelf.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember, I think it was the Xbox guy who recently was like, well, people don't buy consoles for games. And I was like, well, what do you think they're buying them for?
Well, to be fair, a good chunk of the PS3's initial sales were because it was the cheapest Blu-ray player on the market at the time.
That is true.
So...
But I don't think that's the case now.
Yeah. That's also been the other part of it, that Sony and Microsoft, for a while, were really trying to make their consoles more than a gaming console. They wanted them to be the entertainment center, the media hub, as it were. And to be fair, they have succeeded in some regards, that you have all of the various, streaming apps and whatnot on there, and that I would go as far as to say that PlayStation and Xbox were kind of the pioneers for smart TVs. That what you have there is sort of the prototype of what would become, like Amazon Fire TV or Apple TV and the various ones there. And they have been successful. And for companies like Microsoft and Sony who deal in that type of technology, it does make sense for their broader business plans. It makes no sense for Nintendo to ever attempt something like that.
Exactly. And it's so funny you mention console stuff. I have actually looked at my analytics because you can tell what your audience uses to watch you. I have 1%, a solid 1% that watches me through a video game console. I have not figured out who it is. I don't know. Who is watching me through their Wii? Oh, welcome in, Raiders.
Rikajira, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Spud Raid. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in. If you need to raid and run, do take care of yourself. Get some food, get some water. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking with Amalia right now. And we're talking about Nintendo and consoles and just sort of the ways that different consoles and the companies that make them have evolved over the years, and sort of admiring the highs and bemoaning the lows.
Yes.
And just wondering, because I think they've said that they aren't going to announce the successor to the Switch this year, and I think announcing that there would not be an announcement was a very smart move.
It was.
Usually I'm like, okay, don't announce an announcement, but I think announcing a lack of announcement is smart in certain cases.
Yes, and then you still had people being like, where's the announcement for the new console? It's like, did you not read? Like,
don't make me tap the sign.
Don't make me tap the sign. But no, that was really smart on their behalf. I was really happy that they did that. And I did find the statistic. I have 2 views from today from a console. What 2 people were watching me on their consoles? I need to know this.
Do your analytics say which consoles, or does it just say console?
It just says consoles. I wish I could know. Like, I want to imagine it's like somebody's Switch, but I don't even know if you can do that on the Switch. I've never even tried. It might be something that's on PlayStation.
Do have the Twitch app, but I would guess PS5 or Xbox.
I watch on PS5? Wait, in RORIS? I didn't know that. I found one of them. Okay, I had seen that. I had seen that the other day, and I was like, wait, who's watching me on a console? I didn't know that. I just thought it was really interesting. I mean, obviously, most people, it's like web, and then it's like Android, and it's like iOS app, and then, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I just thought it was such an interesting statistic to add.
Uh-oh. One sec. We lost
I don't
audio.
know.
Oh, we're back. Lost your audio for a second there. Not sure what happened. I think we're good, though.
I think we blipped for a second, but I think we're back.
Yes. Yeah, we are good.
Discord has been a little bit funky lately, I've noticed.
Yeah. OBS says the stream didn't blip, so we're good there. But
that's
I
good.
think Discord blipped.
That's good.
Yeah.
I did watch on Xbox before I unlocked. Okay, so I've learned. I've learned who the 2 people are.
Aha.
The mystery is solved.
Well, thank you for tuning in this evening to provide this answer that you... Honestly, I feel like I've done a good job here today, that had this show not happened, you would have never had the answer to that question.
It's true. Now I know. Now I can sleep comfortably tonight, knowing who watches me on an Xbox and a PS5.
I also realized that I've had Minty Cabbage up for probably 30 minutes now. So for people who don't want to sleep comfortably tonight, here you go.
Oh yeah, this is one of my, I would say, fan favorites. It's a recent one. A lot of these are recent. This is exactly as it looks. Marge Simpson
it's just oozing with that classic Simpsons style, like season 1 Marge right here.
Yes, I am gonna be so real. I have never watched The Simpsons. I've been on The Simpsons roller coaster though, several times. It was quite nice. But I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons.
Simpsons isn't even that crude. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 3.
Yeah, it's really not crude at all. My parents said no, so I wasn't allowed. So I didn't really grow up with The Simpsons, but this was what was requested, and I was so happy to provide. I didn't really know if they wanted like Zero Suit Samus or like regular Samus, so I did Zero Suit because we just played Zero's Mission, Metroid Zero Mission. It was the first time I've ever played a Metroid game. Really good game, by the way. I learned that if you lean heavily against your armrest, you can lose feeling in half your hand while playing that game. That was not as fun to learn.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, don't do that, by the way. Don't lean heavily against your elbow. You will lose feeling in your arm and your hand. And it lasted for like a week.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. You can actually give yourself nerve damage that way. But I was like so locked into that game. I was like gaming. I was locked in, you know, with the controller. I was just like, oh my gosh, people could hear me tapping because I was so just like furious, trying to beat Mother Brain and all that jazz. Hard fight, by the way, has no reason to be that difficult. But yes, this was kind of inspired by the Zero Mission playthrough. Again, great game.
And then for the folks that want the real psychic damage, I have saved the best for last, and it's also a GIF.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And I saw from today that this is now becoming, I don't even, a trend, or this is a template now, I think.
There's a lot of people that after this, so this wasn't even supposed to be cursed. That's the sad part. But it came out cursed. I was doing a drawing stream. It was not like my normal drawing streams. I did a drawing stream with some friends where we all drew together on stream, and we were drawing Pokemon from memory, which is a really fun game. It was a really fun game. It was me, I believe it was Merp, Shamaya, Eve. We were all drawing Pokemon from memory. I was supposed to draw Mewtwo, and I like started with the head and like the body, and then I was like, well, Mewtwo has like big thighs, and then I kind of like, and then it kind of just came out.
And then it just,
you know,
made itself.
Yeah, and then Merp animated it. And it's
Good
become
job,
affectionately known as Mewtussie.
Yep, the file name that you sent me, that when I saved it to my hard drive, file name's Mewtussie, and that is also what I had to put here in OBS when I uploaded it, because I'm not gonna change that. You can't change that.
It's in itself, the name is art.
Indeed.
Yeah, this was kind of the start. I ended up having to do a lot of dumpy art after this because people thought it was really funny. I had to draw SpongeBob, Squidward, I think Patrick, some Monster Hunter monsters with giant dumpies. I've had to do a lot of dumpy art now. I was actually kind of worried I was going to get banned on Twitch. I was like, surely this is not going to...
Even Twitch, I should hope, isn't going to... Well, and also, it's art. You are making art.
It's art. It's art in its own special way. I actually stopped doing them on stream for a little bit because I got worried because I had a friend have their dumpy emote get taken down.
Well, it's different. If you upload it as an emote, they take issue. But actually creating the art, because nude art is allowed on Twitch. But you can't upload nude art as an emote.
I'm learning.
You couldn't have nude art as your profile pic. You can't have a nude VTuber model being used. That was one of the things, I'm not sure if you remember, when Yanners hit things a couple years ago, that the artist was able to create and rig the model, because at that point in time, it is art. It doesn't become classified as a streamer until someone is actively using the model, and then she debuts the model and is banned.
Yes.
And to be fair, that's about as logical a line as they can draw.
Yeah. I kind of get it.
It's confusing to see that unfold in real time, and because it was really the first instance where they had to clarify that difference.
I do remember that. I also remember the day where people did not understand what artistic nudity meant.
Yeah.
And I know that led to a lot of things, and people learned real quick what that meant. That they learned. Yep. I hope. As someone who, has studied art, from like in a more historical sense, I guess. Not super deep, but like I knew what artistic nudity was. My older sister is actually an artist, although she doesn't really draw much anymore. She took figure drawing classes, and you know, I learned from her quite a bit. I also learned, you know, just some stuff about like, you know, just various types of art. She actually tried to teach me how to draw at one point. I think she gave up on me. If only she could see me now with
Mutussi.
With Mutussi. I did show her, and now that I think about it, I'm sad that I didn't give this to you. I actually did a stream where I followed a Bob Ross tutorial in MS Paint. It actually turned out okay. It turned out so good that even the official Microsoft Twitter liked it and commented on it and said it was good. I know, my one little crumb of clout. My one little crumb of clout. It's not that I didn't send it to you, but I won't suddenly surprise you with something like that. But it was actually a really fun time. Doing that stream made me realize that Monday art streams are just kind of a vibe. You start the week off, you do something kind of chill, and so that's why we usually do our art streams like every other Monday. And so, I mean, it just kind of set a precedent. I just thought that the doing a Bob Ross tutorial, you know, he's just such a fun guy to listen to.
Yeah.
He's just so chill. We had a good time. He had little, like, I forgot what they were. They were like sugar gliders in his pocket. They would occasionally like pop out. It was so cute. I didn't even know that he was gonna have this in that video. I just picked a random video and I just kind of drew based off of it. It was just really chill. Everyone should follow a Bob Ross tutorial. That's what I learned.
Happy little tree.
Happy little trees! I made so many happy little trees. And then it was like, and then we're gonna give this bird a friend. You know, it was just wholesome. It was really wholesome. I should do that again. There is Bob Ross.
Yep. No, I remember original Bob Ross on Twitch. That was one of those world peace moments where everybody just came together to watch Bob Ross on Twitch.
Yeah, I love that. I know like all of the episodes are on YouTube, so we followed that on YouTube, and it was just a chill time. It was chill. It was just really relaxing. It was happy. It was a happy time. Feel good stream. A very good feel good stream.
I'm actually gonna move us back to the main screen. As much as we could have Mutussi just sort of jiggling at us for the entirety of the show, I did have to sort of relegate chat to a much smaller corner, so I'm gonna let them take a little bit more real estate. So there you go, chat.
There you guys. You guys are
a little more leg room to work with.
Yeah, you guys have more space to roam. It's like whenever you like, I don't know, you have like one of those pets and you give them like a big terrarium. It's like, here you go, chat. Here's your terrarium.
Honestly, a lot of the different stream chat games that, you know, you have the little critters that are the chatters at the bottom. What are those if not digital terrariums?
True. I used to actually run that on my stream. They were little dragons. I just thought it was a cute little interaction thing, but I kind of got to a point where I started liking a more like clean and less cluttered look. It was really interesting. It was one of those like early Amalia learning how to stream moments. It was kind of like, and I do think it takes a while for you to realize what you kind of want to do content-wise and what you want like your vibe and like aesthetic and stuff to be kind of like. I feel like it sometimes takes a bit to kind of learn all of that.
Yeah, and especially once you start getting higher and higher viewer count, that you're going to end up having a lot of the different models on, and that then from the viewer standpoint, all right, I can't see myself in this crowd of 120 people. And then the enjoyment for the viewer goes down, and at that point, what is the point? Exactly.
So I got rid of mine, I think, fairly early. I still have it though, technically, if I ever wanted to use it again. But it was kind of one of those things that I thought I would like, and then after a while I was like, whatever, you know. But you learn.
Yeah, experiment with things and see what works. Some things do, some things don't.
Exactly. Honestly, I think streaming in itself is a lot of experimenting. There were so many preconceptions that I had kind of coming into streaming that I didn't really understand and really like, I don't know. I ended up changing my viewpoints on a few things like as I went. I think one of the big ones is like, there were certain rules that I didn't understand why streamers had those rules. But I feel like it's kind of one of those things that you don't really know until you start streaming and you start building an audience.
Yeah.
And then you kind of see why.
And then you have someone break what would be a rule in most streams and you realize, oh, that's why that rule exists.
Yeah, I've had so many moments like that where I realized why those rules had existed for other people. And I think it was just like, to get to where I am now, there are a lot of learning moments. And you just kind of have to nod and be like, oh, that's why other people do that.
Yeah.
Because at first I'd be like, well, why is this like this? I don't quite understand. You find out. You find out. But,
no role playing. Like, why is that a rule? That seems entirely unnecessary.
Oh
and
my
then you have
gosh.
one role player in your chat and you're just like, oh, yep, adding that rule right now.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. I'm okay with bits. I'm okay with bits, like, you know, when people have like bits, maybe you have a brand and you are going to like, you know, be that brand in my chat. Obviously there's a line between that and like actually role playing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, all my streamer friends, they have their things, you know, Kitsune, Angel, Eldritch thing, you know, whatever. Having, you know, doing the bits and stuff like that with them, you know, just kind of like fun little one-off things. That's kind of, you know, that's fun. That's fine. I had someone come in and they were a dragon slaying VTuber, PNG tuber.
Oh no.
Or something. I'm actually okay with friendly banter about stuff like that. I think that can be really funny. It was not just friendly banter for them. I think they made it very clear that they wanted to meet me out back in the Waffle House parking lot, and that's when I was like, okay, now I understand. Now I understand. This thing,
all right,
these
buddy.
things actually
Into the boy
happened.
you go.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting time. The dragon slayer that wanted to slay the dragon that was the streamer in chat. And I mean, props to committing to the bit, I guess. But yeah, there's a time and place. There's a time and place. There's a time and place for jokes. And if you come in fist swinging, proverbial fist swinging, then it kind of doesn't.
That's a great way to make a first impression. Ah, yes, I plan to kill you.
Exactly. It's like, in Minecraft, right? You know, in Minecraft, right? But he was, sadly not in Minecraft. Sadly, I don't think he wanted me to off me in Minecraft. I don't think. But yeah, it was a heck of a first impression. And then I learned why that really existed.
Yeah. Fortunately, those folks seem to be relatively few and far between, but it's just often enough that you have to have that rule.
Yeah, it's happened a few times now. I think twice with Dragon Slayer people, or people who want to be Dragon Slayers. Maybe it's the dragon tag. I don't know how they find me. But yeah. There's also a few that are very nice, that are just VTubers, and that is their bit. And sometimes we have friendly banter. But there have been a few that have taken the bit too far, and just straight up start role-playing in my chat, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I'm not even sure how we got on that particular tangent.
I don't even know. This is how it is to talk to me, I swear. I just
don't worry, I don't make it any better.
We just end up in places, and I swear I took my Adderall today.
It's like, because we were talking about the Nintendo consoles.
We were.
We were talking about Legend of Zelda lore. We had Star Fox. We had Mutussi.
Oh, by the way, I do recommend playing Majora's Mask. It is my second favorite Zelda.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Everybody has their list, that we live in a golden era of entertainment, that there is not enough time to watch all the things, play all the games, read all the things that you want to, and that I know I have missed out with Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. They are high up on the list, but inevitably for every item that you scratch off your list, 5 more things get added to the list, and I know someday I will get to them. I need to. That it is a when, not an if, but it's sort of, okay, I know that will always be there, so it also just never ends up really high priority on the list.
Exactly. I mean, they're never gonna make Ocarina of Time inaccessible. It's such a classic. And Majora's Mask, honestly, same kind of thing. Very good. I mean, I didn't even get around to playing them until this last year, and I have been gaming for a long time, you know? I've been gaming since I could hold a controller in my hands, and I didn't even get to them until recently. So, I mean, there's always a chance later. If, like, my boomer butt can make it to it at some point, I'm sure just about anybody has the potential to.
Now, you mentioned, and I fully agree, they're never going to make Ocarina of Time inaccessible. They're going to continue to port it, and my guess is they're probably not going to do like a ground-up remake of it, but then again, I wouldn't be shocked if they did. But those are all-time classics, and goodness knows they will always sell for Nintendo. Do you have a wish list? Are there any games that, even if you look at it and say, this is never going to happen, I'm never going to get this port, I'm never going to get this remake, but is there a diamond in the rough game or two that you want people to add to their list? That it's like, okay, if you haven't played Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time, most people will at least have it on their list. What isn't on enough people's lists, in your opinion?
I have two, but one is a selfish one. One is just objectively an amazing game. I just played it for the 7th time on stream, and that's Okami. Okami is, if you like Zelda, if you like Japanese mythology, it is the perfect game for you. The absolute perfect game for you. It is not a hard game. It is not a hard game. It is a game that is just very rewarding to play because it's a slow burn of a story. I believe I beat it in about 25-30 hours, and that's like a replay.
That's not too bad.
There's a lot to do in that. I didn't do everything, but there is just a lot of just good story in it. There's a lot of really good memorable characters, and the ending, I thought that after playing the game so many times, like I played it when it came out on PS2, I thought that I couldn't like get choked up at the ending of that game again. I got choked up last week when I played it. I was trying to hide it on stream. I was actually choked up. I was actually trying not to cry during the final boss because it is that impactful and just a really good game. It's a game that feels like art. And not just because of the art style, but because of the storytelling and how everything comes together at the end. It feels good. And the final boss music is one of the best final boss themes of all time, in my humble opinion.
Now I feel like I need to just look up that song, because I'm a sucker for video game music in general.
It's
I've not played Okami myself. It is also up there. Not quite as high as Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but it's up there. Unfortunately, I'm actually glancing right now. They've made it really accessible. It has been on not every major console, but it has been available in every gaming generation since its release.
You can play it on Steam right now. I just played it on Steam. It is
it
so good. The whole soundtrack is art. So just like the whole soundtrack is good. The final boss theme is incredible, but the whole soundtrack is just god tier. Amazing. Amazing. I tell people, I actually, okay, this is like embarrassing. I'm a really big introvert, right? One time I was at Target and I was at the video game section. I kind of forget why I was at the video game section. I think I was buying a gift for somebody. And I came across these two lovely ladies, and they were looking at Switch games. And one of them had a copy of Okami in their hands, and they were looking it over. And they're like, I could kind of tell they're trying to decide if they wanted to buy it. And it's not a very expensive
that you
game.
go up and just like, you want to buy this game.
I walked up to them. I'm an introvert, guys. I'm one of the biggest introverts. I keep my head down and I don't talk to anybody whenever I go out. I walked up to them and I said, do you like Zelda? And they were like, oh yeah, we love Zelda. We just played Breath of the Wild and all that. I said, okay, buy this game. It is one of the best games of all time. It made me cry. And it's just incredible. I have played that game, like, I think at the time I'd played it like 6 or 7 times. And I told them, I said, you need to get this one. And they did. Maybe I pressured them too hard. But
no, it
was
clearly
like,
worked.
It worked. I'm like, okay, Capcom, are you gonna pay me for that? Like, I just got
where's
you
my
guys
commission on this?
Yeah, where's my commission on this? But
I can't remember what game I did that for, but I remember, and God, it might have been in a Target too, come to think of it. But I've had at least one of those experiences where, very similar, you see people looking over games and that they're considering one that you love, and it's like, oh, that game's awesome. You should absolutely pick that up right now. Definitely. And that you then, if nothing else, you get the satisfaction of hopefully they're going to have a great experience with the game. That somebody else now gets to go play that game for the first time.
Yeah, and I freaking that game is just so good. Like, I had a friend play through it for the first time. I don't think he quite got to the ending, but he got really far. And just like some of the reactions with that game are really interesting because the game it kind of fakes you out about halfway through. It makes you think that the game is going to be done.
Oh.
And then it's like, oh, you have a whole other half to it.
Sort of
It's
Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, big boss, things are going to happen, and actually now you're into the real game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like here that was like the first half. Good luck. You've got so much more ahead of you. You know, and it's just fun seeing people react every time. Even people in my chat who didn't know, and obviously I knew because I played the game a bajillion times, they were like, wait, this isn't the final boss? And I was like, nope. We got a long way to go, guys. We got like 4 more streams at least with this game. And it's just a really good game that I think everybody should play. It's got nice messages in it. I think, you know, some of the storytelling isn't like the most deep, but it's just good. And you can run around and you're just like banishing evil and making the land pretty again because it's been cursed. And I just think it's nice. It's really visually pleasing.
Yeah. My 2 Diamond in the Rough games are ones that I am far less confident will ever see the light of day again because they have not had ports, and I don't think they ever will. The first is Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg.
Okay.
We're never going to get Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg again.
Billy Hatcher.
Are you familiar with Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg?
That sounds so familiar.
It was made by Sonic Team.
Oh,
it was on the GameCube.
This guy.
It's a platformer, and it was so freaking fun, and it sold terribly.
Oh, of course.
It's so charming. The soundtrack is amazing. Just the visuals. It's such a fun twist on a platformer. It's very accessible in terms of difficulty, but it also is challenging. And to be fair, as many platformers in the N64 GameCube era do, there are some glitchy things about it that can be a bit frustrating at times, but it's a lot of fun. It was just a really good game, and Sonic Team, as we know, is going to do whatever the heck Sonic Team wants, and it's usually not going to necessarily be what we expect or want. Billy Hatcher's never happening again, ever. And it makes me very sad because I think that there was a franchise there to be had, and I think that the branding was just a bit too wacky because even saying it now, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and people are like, that sounds like a game either A, for little kids, or B, an absurdist game, and that it doesn't exactly pop off the shelf. You don't see that cover and go, ooh, I want to play this game, even if the gameplay is really good. And
the name reminds me of James and the Giant Peach, which definitely is a sentence that just aged me a little bit.
Yeah.
As if this conversation
but
in
James
general
and the
has
Giant
not.
Peach, well, I guess...
Well, that was a movie.
But it's a movie, and it had Tim Burton's name on it. But then again, to be fair, Billy Hatcher had Sonic Team's name on it, and you would think that that would count for something, and it didn't count for enough, apparently.
It literally had, it had Otani for the music. That's actually, I mean, that's like one of the big Sonic composers.
Yeah.
Yuji Naka. Oof. Shun Nakamura. I mean, the director of, well, I guess he also directed Sonic 06, but, you know.
And then
just outing.
the other one, which I don't recall how it's sold, but I still want it. We'll probably never get it. But, you know, we say, let Sakurai rest.
Oh my gosh.
Let Sakurai rest from Smash Brothers so he can finally make Kirby Air Ride 2.
Okay, I knew you were gonna say Kirby Air Ride as soon as you said Sakurai. That was a damn good good game. That was a damn good game.
I
honestly.
would pay $60 right now for City Trial enabled on the Switch. I don't need the rest of the game. I just want City Trial. I will pay a full game's value to have online enabled City Trial right now. You don't even need like updated graphics. It can be just a straight port. I will work with you, Nintendo. Come on.
You are the second person to tell me that in the last 48 hours.
Who's
almost
the other?
Word for word. It might have been my friend Citrus. I think it was Citrus. My friend who one of the people I collabed with over the weekend.
Citrus obviously has immaculate taste.
Yes, Citrus has immaculate taste. Also same age range as me. Very obvious when you hear him talk about games, but yes. I believe it was Citrus. He literally said, like, word for word, just like, give me that right now, I will pay $70. Like he basically said that. I agree. I played a lot of Kirby Air Raid with my little sister, so it's kind of got the, like, you know, fun nostalgia feelings to me playing the video game with my little sister. All of my family are gamers, at least out of my, like, very core family. So we played games a lot, and my little sister really liked Kirby. I actually really want to get back into Kirby games in general. I
and that's the
played
thing, that Kirby
64.
as a franchise is doing as well as ever. That they have kept
Exactly.
that series going at a good clip, a very healthy, you know, you get one game every 2.5 years. They're always fun, they're always fresh. Sometimes they're shorter than others, sometimes they're a bit longer. I thought Forgotten Land was a fantastic one.
Oh, I need to play that one still. I heard it's
very
good, though.
different, but it's very good.
Good.
That it was adventurous in a good way. That they did some new and different things, but it was still very clearly a Kirby game. They didn't go crazy divergent on their design, but allowed themselves some really interesting things. And you know, obviously, still a very recognized character, and just it sort of baffled me that we never actually got Air Ride 2, and I'm guessing, I can't recall what its sales were. It probably was not that good, but also you have Sakurai and HAL Laboratories pretty consistently preoccupied with this little other thing called Super Smash Brothers.
Just a small thing. Maybe you've heard of it.
In that, I can understand from a business perspective, there is zero logic or reason to ever put that team on a Kirby Air Ride 2 when you could be having them work on a Smash Brothers game. Just It makes no financial sense. It would be entirely counterintuitive. But maybe now that, you know, we have Ultimate, let Sakurai Rest let him make Kirby Air Ride 2. I don't even know if he wants to make Kirby Air Ride 2, but I hope he does.
I would love that. I would love that. I'm not as much of a Kirby Air Ride super fan, but I love that game. That game was fun, and the soundtrack
it's all about City Trial, and yes, the soundtrack's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need Top Ride or the normal racing stuff. I just want my Kirby party game. It was so good.
It was good. It was really good.
I
think my first Kirby game was unironically Kirby's Dream Land.
The original on the Game Boy, yeah.
On the Game Boy. Yeah, that was my first Kirby game. So I played that, and then I don't think I might have played another one a little bit later, and then I played 64, and I actually went back on stream. I've been loving to just go back to play games that I never got to beat when I was a kid, because I was not good at video games when I was a kid. We can make an argument I'm not good at them now, but I wasn't, I'm better now, right? I finally got to go back and 100% Kirby 64. Kirby and the Crystal Shards. That felt really good.
Yeah.
To go back and beat that one.
And that, like you mentioned at the top of the show, that Nintendo and retro is definitely an area of interest for you. That we've already been over Star Fox and.
Oh yeah.
I think my first Kirby game was Kirby's Dream Land 2. I went back later and beat Kirby's Dream Land. I think I beat it at a friend's house because I beat it in one sitting because it's not a very long game.
It's
actually.
Not.
It's actually, like 2 hours.
I think I might have beaten that one on stream at one point because there's a few that are on NSO, and I know I played some of the really old ones one day because I was just like, heck it, I just want to play some old Kirby games, and so I went and I played a few. I can't remember which ones it was, but I feel like it was Kirby's Dream Land 2 was one of them. It was a good time. It was a good time. I mean, every Kirby game is just fun. It's not super in-depth, but there's something nice about that.
They're just so charming in that they're fun, and even if they aren't really challenging, it hits the good flow state of it's just engaging enough that you have to be mentally there. You can't just autopilot press forward and, tap A or B to blast something. That you need to pay attention to where you're going, and you'll probably be able to win on your first, second, third try on most levels, most bosses, but it's just enough, and it's just cute enough, it's just fun enough, and it's been a really reliable formula for them.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we are at least we were for a while. I don't know if you guys noticed, they were popping out Kirby stuff all over the place. They had that Kirby racing game where you had to eat cake or something like that, and be like round and race
Yeah,
around.
they tried it. It wasn't a it wasn't a
like my
battle
innocent.
royale really, because it was only like
Yeah.
4 folks, but it was. I guess in some ways the closest thing that we've had to a Kirby Air Ride 2 in the sense that it was another Kirby party game, because usually Kirby is a one-player experience.
Yes. Or Star Allies, I guess, was also like a,
I
from what
forgot
I've
about
heard.
Star Allies. I haven't actually played that one.
I've not played it. I heard it's fine. I heard it's a little too easy, but maybe I'll give it a try someday.
That's the other
Why
thing.
not?
I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say this Kirby game was just bad. There are some that are shorter than others, some that are easier than others, some are certainly more beloved than others, no question. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody say, we've had some bad Sonic games over the years.
That's
we've had
so true.
Bad Star Fox games from what you and others have told me. I don't know if there's ever been a bad Kirby.
So one time, the only time I've heard someone say something near negative about Kirby, it wasn't that it was bad, and it was about Star Allies. It was that it was too simple and too easy, which isn't necessarily saying it's something
that way,
bad. Apparently, the Kirby fandom went after them super hard, which I was just like, there's a Kirby. I mean, of course, there's a Kirby fandom. There's a fandom for everything, but I'm just like sitting here going, I've never heard of the Kirby fandom in my life.
Yeah, they're usually just very quiet and content because, well, they usually get pretty good stuff.
Maybe.
They get fed pretty regularly. That I'm guessing the longest they've ever had to go is probably 3-4 years. I'd have to double check the timeline, but they've never had to go too long. And
what if they feed the naysayers to Kirby?
It all makes sense now.
It all makes sense though. That's why we never hear anything bad about Kirby. They just feed all the naysayers to Kirby.
Well, this now reminds me of another thing which is not official. Are you familiar with a old web series called There Will Be Brawl?
There Will Be Brawl. I probably have seen it, but I don't recognize it off the top of my head.
It's a fan work. The full runtime of it is about 3.5 hours. It's 10 episodes total. And it is Sin City meets Super Smash Brothers. It just they wrote a surprisingly deep story of just, yes, it is Nintendo characters doing and saying things you would never ever see Nintendo characters say and do, but it was actually really good writing, and that this was a cast of creative folks who were just letting loose, and they had an all-timer who was the producer and played Ganondorf, who was one of the major characters in it. And then about, 15 years later, he would become the voice of Ganondorf.
Oh my god, really? I just saw Matt Mercer on the like list of people for, because this has an IMDb page apparently.
Yep.
He really played Ganondorf on this?
Back in the day, before he made his voice acting debut, before he hit it big. I remember watching Matt Mercer in There Will Be Brawl and seeing him announced as the actual voice for Tears of the Kingdom.
That is insane.
There Will Be Brawl has a very small, I can't even call it a fandom. That it was back on The Escapist way back in the day. But for folks that knew of it, it was, and for him, just what a moment. That's fairy tale levels of,
that is crazy.
Not even full circle of just, because obviously he is now one of the biggest names in voice acting, in nerdery, just everything he does from, he's in a bunch of anime and video games, Critical Role, you name it. He is one of the guys right now. And that was, not his beginning. He had done a couple other things, but that was in his very, very early era. That was before he was a household name. And I highly, highly recommend just going back, because one, it is a genuinely cool story. They do some really interesting stuff. It is grainy as heck, 240p on YouTube.
Oh, beautiful. I'm used to watching anime like that.
That's something really just for a Discord movie night. That, like I said, it's about 3.5 hours.
Oh my god.
It's really good. And that's sort of, That's the hook to get people in of, all right, why do I want to sit down and watch this? It's Matt Mercer before he was Matt Mercer.
Oh my gosh, that nose he's wearing is beautiful.
Yep.
I'm looking at it right now, it's gorgeous.
And the way that I get onto this particular tangent is because, as is established in episode 1, so this is not spoiler territory or anything, Kirby is known as the Cannibal.
Oh, so he's like a spooky guy.
Prior to the beginning of the story of There Will Be Brawl, and like I said, this is all established in episode 1, that he has a line of, oh yes, I remember Daisy. I wore her skin like a suit and danced in the town square.
Oh my gosh.
So that thing about feeding the haters to Kirby sort of awakened that particular memory.
Oh my gosh. Maybe
Actually,
they
I think
did.
Mercer voices Kirby too.
What? This is wild. Every time I see like live action Mario, I'm reminded of the live action Mario movie, which definitely traumatized me as a kid.
I only saw the 93 Mario movie for the first time about 2 years ago. I kind of had a point of pride for a while of, I've avoided this. I know that it's awful, and I've not actually sought it out, and then eventually some friends and I just sat down and watched it and was like, oh, I at least now understand.
It's real bad.
And to look into the production history, 6 script treatments with 7 writers total, it's phenomenal to see where it wound up. And it makes perfect sense why Nintendo waited 30 years to ever try it again.
Yeah. Honestly, I was explaining this to somebody the other day because they didn't know about Wand of Gamelon and Faces of Evil.
Oh yes, no, I am a firm believer that the new Zelda game, the what's it called?
Echoes of Wisdom.
Echoes of Wisdom. It should just be called the Wand of Gamelon too. But look at what Zelda's wielding. That is a wand. That is.
It is.
That's the Wand of Gamelon. You can't convince me otherwise.
But we watched all of the cutscenes of Wand of Gamelon and Faces of Evil together, and just to like reiterate, like this is how bad this was.
I wonder what's for dinner.
Oh gosh, I'm so hungry I can eat an Octorok.
Join me, Link, and I will make your face the greatest in all of Korodai, or you will die.
It's so bad. But I showed it to him, and I was like, this is why Cadence of Hyrule was a big deal. Because I believe that was the first time that Nintendo let another studio that was not, like, directly owned by them touch that franchise. Because
and then
the last
they
time,
didn't do that again.
Yeah. That was the first time, you know? And then they didn't let people do it again, and then there was Cadence of Hyrule. Which, you know, admittedly, is a spin-off game. You know, it's a spin-off rhythm game, but that was why that was such a big deal.
Yeah.
And he just sat there, and we watched the whole thing, and I watched him in real time lose brain cells.
Yeah.
Just like I could watch each brain cell just like explode bit by bit. Boom, boom, boom.
It really is fascinating to go back and see just what are now iconic garbage fires, and to wonder, how did this happen? How do you have this as the result? What was the meeting like where there's obviously, like, the meeting where they decided that the Mario movie was going to go out the door? Because you have to know that this is a bunch of people sitting at a table knowing it's awful and saying, we just need to really, really hope that the name Mario is going to be enough to bring people in the door, and that even if it's bad, that people will like it for the maybe irreverent sort of thing that it is, and let it go, because we can't keep it in production any longer because it's been through 6 different script treatments, this much shooting. We can't keep the cast here. We have to work with what we have, and it's either put this movie out, and even if it's a flop, we'll make a couple of $1 million on it, versus not release it and make nothing. And that there was a meeting where they had to say, okay, this is the final edit, that this is going to go out, and we will deal with the consequences one way or another, because not releasing it means we lose everything.
Exactly. They're gonna try to at least recoup some of the cost, even if it's a fraction of it.
And I have to assume it was similar for the Wand of Gamelon that they played that game. It was like, we paid however much money to have this thing developed.
Yep.
We'll make our own.
Terrible.
We have our own Legend of Zelda that we've been developing internally, and we will make money from that. And the fans are expecting this game that we announced to go out the door.
Yep.
Fine. And that's before the era of social media where they'd have to play that calculus.
Yeah. Oh, God. I mean, at least sometimes movies, it's like what is it, Morbius? They're so bad that they become legendary.
And then,
I mean, at least there's that.
And then Sony gets gaslit into thinking that we were laughing with them, not at them, and re-released it and lost even more money. And that was astounding to watch. That
was honestly unreal. That was unreal. Like, seeing that happen was unreal. But, I mean, I guess they did it.
Like, in some ways, I can kind of understand that they're like, okay, fine, it's a meme. People are making fun of us. They're laughing at us, not with us. But maybe they will pay $10 to laugh at us on a big screen. It wasn't... I don't think it was an entirely foolish move.
The problem was that it had already been leaked online so much that if people wanted to laugh at it, they could just do it for free. Yeah.
And also just... When was it, in 2020 or 21 where people aren't going to be going... Yeah.
Oh, yeah. People just aren't going to the movie theaters anymore. And honestly, I kind of get it. I cannot remember the last time I went to the movie theater. I know it was not... No, I do remember the last time. I went and they re-released Episode 1, Star Wars Episode 1 in theaters this last year. And when I saw it in theaters. Hadn't seen it in theaters since it originally came out. But I wanted to go see it.
You know, talk about bad movies aging well.
I know. That movie actually pretty good. I mean, I always thought that the prequels were fine. But I grew up, I was a kid whenever they came out.
I was also in the target demographic for the prequels. I remember I walked out of episode 2 and said, I didn't like that. I didn't say it was a bad movie. It was like, that was kind of boring. I distinctly remember telling my father that when we left episode 2. It was like, there was just a lot of talking and stuff that just, it didn't feel like a Star Wars movie. That there were a couple of good fights at the end, but that it was very slow.
It was slow. But definitely the worst.
But I didn't clock how bad the acting was until several years later.
Yeah, and you know what's sad? Every other thing I've seen all of those actors in, astounding.
Oh yeah, Natalie Portman's an amazing actress. She's entirely capable of putting on a good performance. Did you have Ewan McGregor?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
You squander Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, no, people who squander that guy's a good actor. I even think Hayden Christensen's a good actor. I've seen him in stuff where
it's been so cool to see his resurgence and him be embraced. Why am I blanking on his name? I want Jake Lloyd to have what Hayden Christensen has had.
Honestly, yeah. Especially given some of the stuff that happened after with him, I felt so bad. But I mean, Jar Jar's actor has been in Star Wars stuff recently. I think he was even in Mandalorian. Yeah, he was in Mandalorian, I believe.
Yes, he was Kelleran Beck in episode 20.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now.
Yeah, I really like Star Wars. I actually have been thinking about playing. I miss this happening. I miss that they remastered Bounty Hunter, and that was like one of the games I played the most when I played a lot of Star Wars games when I was growing up. Bounty Hunter for the GameCube. They remastered it recently, and apparently the remaster is actually really good.
Nice. I played bits and pieces of Bounty Hunter. I can't remember where. I think it was at a friend's house. I never had it myself, though.
It traumatized me a little bit because there's like really creepy bad guys later.
Oh.
It was a little too realistic for me, but I kind of want to go back and play it again. I went back and I replayed Rogue Squadron on stream. That was a game I had never gotten to play all the way through by myself. We had the family copy and everybody kind of played on the file at the same time and stuff like that. So I went through and I played the whole game in one sitting. It was really good. It was really good. I want to play Pod Racer. I actually have Pod Racer on my Switch. Because they released that a while back.
Yeah. I do remember that one.
Pod Racer's a really good one. I feel like it didn't age as well, which is kind of sad.
Yeah,
But a lot of them didn't.
that was just sort of technology limitations, in that it was a solid racing game. That it's not Mario Kart, but to be fair, very few things were. And
True.
that it was solid, and I definitely remember playing that one a fair bit at friends' houses. That game's downfall was just there weren't that many levels and actual vehicles. That what they had was pretty good. It just didn't have the depth.
It did not have the depth, and everything was expensive. I remember that, you know, in Pod Racer, everything was expensive.
Yeah.
It was hard. It was hard to like.
That you could tell they realized they didn't have much content in the game, so they had to make it excruciatingly slow to unlock to make sure that you actually played it for an extended amount of time.
Yep, the good old gaming, I guess, design. Because I know, do you remember those really hard Lion King and Aladdin games?
Oh yeah, I was like, well, we don't have many levels, so how do we make sure that people feel like this is a longer game? Just make it impossibly difficult.
Make it hell. I actually played the Lion King game on stream. I do this thing every it's about every 6 months. We're actually due for another one. We do this thing called Retro Week, which I already stream a lot of retro games, but what we do for that particular week is I pick 5 games a day and I play an hour of them. And usually they're all themed. So I played, you know, I had like a Mario day, so I played an hour of the original Super Mario, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, you know, Yoshi's Island.
So
all
was
those.
that day just rage games?
I forget what it was. I think it was platformers. And I'd have to go back and look at my list, but that was like the last game, I think, maybe of the day, and I wanted to like scream by the end of it. Thank God I remembered the cheat codes for that game.
Oh.
Because I had the OG on the Super Nintendo. I still have it. I still have my Super Nintendo with my Lion King game. But I still remember the cheat codes. I remembered how to unlock invincibility and like unlimited lives, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna need all this.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna need all this. It was rough. I don't even think I actually legitimately made it past the 2nd level. The I just can't wait to be king level with the stupid freaking ostrich. Oh my god, I hate that.
Oh gosh.
It was bad. It was bad. I don't know how they expected kids to beat that. They just want to play the cute little Lion King game, but no, you like level lock them at like level 2 because it's too damn hard. But no,
but at least it wasn't ET.
Oh, I've played ET on stream too. I've actually played it twice.
I've played 10 minutes of ET, and that was enough for me. Thank you very much.
That's actually fair. I think I was about done after 10 minutes. Somehow chat talked me into 45 the first time. I can't remember how many hours of ET I have in total. It's got to be an hour and a half on stream.
That is an hour and a half of your life you're never going to get back, Amalia.
It's really bad. It's like I want to say it gets better. No.
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 And you talk about prolific failures. That's another one of that there had to be the meeting, similar to the Super Mario Brothers movie, where a bunch of people are like, we paid however many millions of dollars to develop this game. We paid to have Neil Diamond on this game. We need this game out for the holidays. It needs to go, and that we will recoup whatever money we can, and we will move on from it. And that's the one of, you know, they look at it and say, what's the worst that can happen? And that's the one where not releasing was the correct answer, because, you know, obviously we all know the story. It's not even that, okay, they put out this bad movie in theaters and it was bad, but they put out this bad game and they printed more copies of the game than consoles that existed.
Yep. And you know, I just went out and I dug one up and slammed it into my Atari and streamed it. It was it should have stayed in the dirt.
People must have felt like, realizing after the fact, oh, we didn't just tank our quarterly numbers, we actually may have almost killed the industry. Oops.
It's a kind of impressive.
Sorry guys, our bad.
Sorry guys, our bad. I can't remember how long it took for them to even make that. It was like 2 months or something. It was something really short.
Oh, it was like a 6-month development cycle.
Yeah, and I think they had like one guy working on it for like a good portion of it, and he was like staying up until like 4 a.m. every day or something like that. It was like insane.
I could believe it.
That poor guy. That poor guy. I wonder where he is now.
Not
Knowing
making
what he
ET.
did. Wondering what, like, knowing what he did. He has to, like, imagine living the rest of your life knowing you made that. Now, to be fair,
no,
I don't
if I
blame
was
him.
if I was the programmer on
blame
ET, I would take pride and be like, I was given an impossible task.
Exactly.
I could not have succeeded. I was not given the tools nor the time to do anything of actual substance. That is not their failure. That is not their burden. That is not their shame. It is absolutely on the production team there.
It was so...
If I'm the programmer, I say, I did what I could.
I did what I could. I just wonder how it'd be to, like, make something and have that be,
At
like...
this point, I feel like it should be a point of pride of, like, yes, I did that. I had to put up with
Yeah.
that. I had to be the one with the weight of the world on my shoulders, and it went as bad as anyone could have imagined. But that, what was I supposed to do? That I tried, and that at that point, it's sort of like a point of pride. Okay, I did that, and if I survive that, I can do anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you survive that, you can do anything. Yeah, I agree. They definitely shafted that guy, like, super hard.
Oh, yeah. And goodness knows they didn't have credits in games back then.
That's true. That's true. I just remember watching, of course, it's been a long time since I watched it. I watched, do you know Matt McMuscles? He does a YouTube channel called What Happened? And he goes over movies and video games that had really troubled development cycles. And he did one on ET.
Of course. Yeah. If you run that type of channel, you can't not do ET.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's also done games that are considered successful, like Metroid Prime. That one actually has a very weird development story that involves...
Sometimes things do get happy endings.
Sometimes they do. He also did one about Dark Souls, I think. Just like the first Dark Souls. And just kind of like the development of the first Dark Souls and how it was kind of weird and stuff like that. Really good YouTube channel. Do recommend that. I haven't caught up with it for a while, but it was a really good time. I just remember some of the interviews with that guy. They were like, yeah, I stayed up way too late working on this and there was just nothing I could do. And I was just like, that poor guy, you know?
Well, speaking of YouTube and doing things, that you actually have a very active YouTube channel of your own, and that that was originally the plan for you as a content creator. VTubing, or at the very least the streaming aspect of it, I don't know if I would say it was an accident, but it was an accident of how much of your content it has become.
Yes. I was originally inspired to be a YouTuber. I was going to be a Nintendo YouTuber. It was first kind of thought up in 2019. A little bit before the pandemic, I would say probably a couple months, I discovered a channel, or a few channels, and I was just kind of like a fan of them. And I kind of thought to myself back then, oh, it'd be fun to do something like this. It'd be really cool. And VTubing was not something that was known in America at that point, at least not in the circles I was in. And so I didn't really know how to go about it. I had the money, I think, to start it, but I didn't really have the, like, how do I even get started? And to me, that was the biggest roadblock, because I didn't even know how to get started. And I also kind of convinced myself, because I'm a pretty big introvert. I was like, well, how do I do this? Am I even capable of doing this? You know, am I the person that should do this? That's another thing, right? Because I've always loved learning about video game development. I've always loved talking about video games and stuff like that. But, you know, starting your own YouTube channel, that's like not just doing all of that. That's taking it to another level. And I was just not sure if I'd be able to do it. And so I sat on the idea for a while. And then I would say late 2021, that was when I decided to become a VTuber. And my story of becoming a VTuber, my poor chat is probably so tired of it. I got wine drunk one day. And I had heard some friends were becoming VTubers. And I had been watching VTubers for a while. I'm a big fan of HoloLive. I had been watching HoloLive since before HoloMyth debuted.
Ooh,
so I've
okay.
been watching HoloLive for a while. I started with Corone. She was my first VTuber. And I would say I had a bit of a quarter life crisis, because life was not going well. I had experienced a lot of just really life-changing bad events over the last 2 years, and I was not coping well. I was not coping well.
This is also
And
2020 into 2021. Nobody is coping well at this
that
point
is
in
true.
time.
That is true. So it's like I had all of that stuff, that bad stuff happened right before the pandemic, and then the pandemic, the lockdown happened. And in that lockdown, even though time was passing, it felt like time stood still for a lot of things. It was like I couldn't really get over some of the stuff that had happened. And that put me in just a really bad mental state for I would say 2 years. 2 years. I was in a really bad mental state. And I got wine drunk one day. And so my friends were becoming VTubers. And I didn't know it was like accessible to become a VTuber. I didn't know that it was something that I could even do. But I started to learn about it. And then I talked to my butler, who is sometimes functions as my advisor. And I looked at him, wine drunk, by the way, and said, hear me out. I think I'm going to become a VTuber. And I kind of felt like a crazy person when I said that.
That's how most good ideas start.
Yeah, I was wine drunk and I felt like a crazy person. And I had the idea in my head, again, I kind of thought back to 2019 when I was, when I discovered those YouTube channels. I was like, oh, I could do that with a VTuber model. And so that was how the YouTube idea kind of got started. And originally my plan was to do that content and to stream a little bit on the side. But while I was trying to learn stuff, like video editing and stuff like that, I decided to start streaming. And then it turned into, okay, I'm going to stream twice a week. Okay, well, that was really fun. I want to stream 3 times a week.
Why not? Just, another stream.
Yeah, and then it was like a slow creep of me, 1, building an audience, and then 2, just realizing that I had fun with it.
And then just suddenly you blink and one day you look around and was like, wait, shit, I'm a streamer.
Yeah,
when did
like
that happen?
suddenly, exactly. I kind of had that like moment where I was like, what happened to the YouTube idea? Like I am streaming, at the time, I'm kind of like a 4 or 5 times, a day streamer, or not a day, a week. Oh God, imagine a day. That'd be insane. 4 or 5 times a week, and I was just like, how did this happen? I thought I was supposed to be a YouTuber this whole time, and I kind of thought about it. I was like, well, what do I do? Like, I still do kind of want to do the YouTube, but it kind of just fell on the wayside for a bit. I think I officially decided to revive it. Oh, I announced I was gonna.
Ago.
About 5 months ago, yeah.
And it was for actually a game that I'm very much looking forward to, that, on the lines of things that I will go out of my way to recommend. And it's certainly not a diamond in the rough, but I've been surprised at how few people, well, I shouldn't say how few people, that Pokemon Legends Arceus was amazing. Perfect, no,
Okay.
but oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I lost myself in that game in a way that I don't frequently lose myself, of just blink, oops, it's 5 hours later. And there's people that I've seen, like even in this past week or so, that are playing it for the first time, and obviously it was a very successful game, so it's not like it's a indie underground version for Pokemon, but that it wasn't a mainline game, not everybody played it, and that if I encounter anyone who's a Pokemon fan, and especially if they're like a lapsed Pokemon fan, okay, I stopped around Sword Shield, didn't really get into Scarlet Violet because I heard there was some issues, that I say, play Legends Arceus. It's so fun, and I don't know what ZA is going to be. I'm looking forward to it. That is one of my most anticipated games for 2025.
Yeah, I am excited for ZA. I thought Legends Arceus was good, but it needed a little bit more. I felt like it was a good step in the right direction, but it lacked a few things for me, and there's some stuff about the story that frustrated me. But I actually played it for the first time recently. I beat it a couple of weeks ago, and I did have a good time with it, but I could see room for a lot of improvement. And I was just like, okay, so they're making another one. That's good. That's good, because that means that it sold well enough that they thought that a second one
It sold extremely well.
Yeah, they thought a second one was worth it. And now I'm hoping that they just fix a few things.
Yeah.
And then I think it's gonna be like where I personally want it to be. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I did kind of record that reaction video for Legends ZA. kind of on a whim. I didn't think I was gonna do reaction content, but I started realizing that a lot of the YouTubers that I watched did that, and I did another one recently. I did Echoes of Wisdom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually
I did
just
Echoes
released
of-
that 7 days ago.
I did. It was oh my god, it was just a week ago. That feels like it was ages ago, but that's time for you. I told myself I wasn't gonna do, because I know some people get all snotty. They're like, oh, reaction content isn't real content or whatever. But I do think it is kind of fun to do, and it did bring people by the Twitch channel.
It clearly gets numbers. That
It does.
There's a reason
It
that
does.
reaction content is what it is, because people watch it. It gets numbers, and that,
Mm-hmm.
goodness knows, nobody can look at you, Amalia, and say, "Oh, you're not a content creator. You're certainly not only a reactor. That you do all these things, and that, goodness knows, whenever Nintendo Direct rolls around, like how many dozens, hundreds of VTubers and streamers
True.
alike. It does not matter if they are normal, even if their normal content is not reacting, it's just what people do. That, all right, especially
Yeah.
for like Nintendo Directs, E3, everyone's doing reaction, because one,
Oh,
it's something
yeah.
that you want to watch anyways, so why not watch it with friends? And if you're watching it with friends and streaming, at that point, it's going to be one of the easier types of content to make, because at that point, all you're doing is just doing what you do anyways, and then
Exactly.
cut the dead air as you're editing. That if you're gonna go the extra mile, maybe add in a couple of funny gags or some subtitles and whatnot, but it can be as simple as, all right, here's the 10 minutes from the trailer and my initial reactions and stuff. Let's cut out where I stumbled on my words a little bit here and there, and then upload. It can just be that easy.
Yeah, like honestly, reacting to stuff, super easy. Super, super, super easy. And like I don't even stream when I do reactions. I just record myself. And because sometimes, it drops like at like an ungodly hour for me,
Yeah.
and I want to just watch it as soon as it comes out so I don't get spoiled. I did that for the direct, but yeah, I didn't foresee myself doing that, but it is just good content, and it has gotten people to come to to subscribe to the YouTube, or to come even to the Twitch channel, which is really nice. I didn't necessarily make the YouTube for people to get interested in my content and then come to the Twitch channel, but that's kind of like a byproduct
Yeah,
of just
but why
making
not?
YouTube stuff. Yeah, why not? It just kind of like does, both what I want to do, and that's just talk about games, and it also gets people interested in my content in general, which is it's nice. It's nice. But my original plan was I wanted to do lore videos. I did release one. It's about Star Fox Adventures, which is a mess of a game. I love that game so much. It's one of my favorite games ever, but it is a mess of a game, and I love it. I want to do a lot of deep dives into that game, because the development story for that game is insane. It is actually one of the most wild development stories ever, hands down, period, because it started out as like 3 different games at one point. It's actually pretty wild.
How do you... I've heard of troubled development cycles. There's been many over the years, goodness knows. How do
Yes.
you go from 3 games into 1?
Well, one kind of ended up, it started out as one, and then I think they kind of like meshed it into another, and then they meshed that idea into another idea. And it's like,
Okay,
So,
so
like,
it wasn't them...
it was like, it was
scope
weird.
creep.
I think it was a little bit of like, they had one idea, and it was gonna be, so the original protagonist was going to be Timber the Tiger from Diddy Kong Racing. A lot of people don't know that. That's something that was kind of hush-hush rumor for a while, but then it kind of got confirmed over the past couple of years by one of the devs who is pretty active on Twitch and Twitter, by the way. Kev Bayless, the voice actor of Tricky from Star Fox Adventures, and the guy who made Diddy Kong. Like, literally the guy who made Diddy Kong. Very active guy, especially on Twitter. Talks a lot about development stuff in general. But he actually showed like some stuff about the like early development of that game. And then at one point, they were already making a Star Fox game with Fox McCloud on foot. And a lot of people don't know that, but that came out in an interview with Miyamoto and I think Takaya Imamura. And Fox was going to have a whip for a weapon. Because they liked Indiana Jones. It was supposed to be a reference to Indiana Jones, yeah. And they ended up merging all of these ideas, and Timber got ousted as the protagonist at one point, and then they added another protagonist, and then he got ousted, and then Crystal was there, and then Crystal was supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like Fox and Crystal, and then at some point the development just kind of got crunched. Some people say it was because Rare was getting bought by Microsoft, or they're about to be, you know, up for grabs.
Oh.
Some people say it was just like deadlines and stuff like that. It's kind of a mess. But there's a lot in that game that is just wild, and you can actually find pieces of cut content in the game. You can find pathways that kind of lead to nowhere.
Oh,
and
you
it's
can
supposed to
see
lead
just
to
like,
another area.
This
Yeah.
was going to be something. They ran out of time.
Yeah. I actually streamed a full playthrough of that game. My intention of streaming the full playthrough was to specifically annoy my chat. Because it was during a subathon, it was like day 13, and I was tired, and I looked at them and I said, you guys are gonna stop giving me money. Because I'm going to just play this game, and I'm gonna info dump so hard about it, you guys are gonna want me to shut up. You're gonna want me to go to bed. The subathon ran for 21 days. It ran for 21 days. We went through the whole game and they just loved it. It was one of my best performing games. It was so stupid. I tried to annoy them and they just loved it. And I was like, well, okay then.
So, apart from Star Fox Adventures, what other games do you want to do lore dumps on? Whether it be, okay, I'm just going to stream it and I will do lore dump as we go, or if it's going to be YouTube content.
Diddy Kong Racing would be a fun one. I know there was a little bit with that development. I don't know as much though. I know Diddy Kong was added because they wanted a recognizable IP. So Timber the Tiger has actually been shafted out of 2 games now.
I'll admit, I've
Which
never
kinda
even heard of
sucks.
Timber the Tiger, but that's also
He's
sort
one
of a
of-
function of me having not played any Diddy Kong games over the years.
Yeah, Diddy Kong Racing was supposed to be like Timber the Tiger. He was supposed to be like one of the main character. And if you look at the lore, he still kind of is, but they kind of slapped Diddy Kong all over it for recognizability reasons. Timber is still in there as a playable character though. There's one character that Rare randomly tweeted went to jail. I don't know if people knew that. I forget why. I thought it was like indecent exposure or something like that.
What?
But Rare randomly tweeted, I think it's Bumper the Badger went to jail.
Like, I can understand, okay, Teehee, we're gonna say, yeah, one of these characters went to jail because they were speeding, because Teehee, it's a racing game.
Yeah.
But specifically to call out indecent exposure.
I think it was. It was either that or it was tax evasion. It was something really random. Rareware does have a quirky sense of humor, even though most of the original devs have left and they formed Platonic. They have a very quirky sense of humor. They're very British sometimes, because I mean they are British.
Yeah.
You know, so they have. I mean, Conqueror's Bad Fur Day came out of them too. So
True.
yeah.
It all comes back to Blockbuster and Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Blockbuster and Conqueror's Bad Fur Day.
I remember the first time I was told about Conker's Bad Fur Day, I thought my friend was making stuff up. I thought he was pulling my leg. I was like,
It's
there's
pretty
no
incredible.
way that there's a game on a Nintendo console that is, you know, like South Park, early South Park levels of crude.
It's pretty bad. I've had people ask me to stream it, because it is a retro game. It was on N64. I don't know if I will, because some of that humor is stuff that doesn't
Oh,
fly
how much of
these
it
days.
is dated now?
It's so dated. It's
Oh.
really dated, sadly, or maybe not sadly. Actually, not sadly at all.
'Cause,
Some of the I just remember.
I don't know much about it. I know there's the Great Mighty Pooh, and okay, yeah, and the poop jokes are always going to be
Great-
timeless. You're fine there.
The
But if
Great
there's
Mighty
other
Pooh is
stuff,
fine.
then-
There's some bad stuff. There's some bad stuff. There's some stuff that would not fly, and that's part of why it's like I've never been about that humor in general. Some of the stuff that I'm thinking of that's not
Yeah.
savory, you know, not really my cup of tea. I never actually played it. I watched other people play it. I watched a let's play of it. And that's how I learned about the humor that's in that. But I've had some people ask me if I'm gonna play it, and I'm like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Now, obviously, you could put disclaimers and say, you know, it is a product of its time
and such.
But I don't know. I go back and forth on it. It's a very weird game.
That's another one. Just like there's a timeline where that game became a long-running franchise.
Yeah, there's a
If anything,
timeline where
I'm
12
kind of
Tales
surprised
came
it
out
did.
instead. Well, it was supposed to be I'll Say So, and like wholesome collectathon. Originally, there's lost footage of it before it became what it is now. They worried it was going to be too much like Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh,
It was two different
I was just
dev
saying, it was like,
teams.
well, yeah, they made Banjo-Kazooie and it was very successful, so why didn't they do it? And that they didn't
was
do it
two
because it was
teams,
too
yeah.
similar.
Too similar. So I believe the story goes like there was one team working on Banjo and one team working on Conkers, and I guess they didn't really know how similar their stuff was, and then they were like, "Oh, that's not good." But
And to be
Banjo was
fair,
about to come out.
I think there was and is space in the market for a crude humor platformer game that, adults played video games even back then.
Yeah,
That
there's space for it.
And especially, if anything, now more than ever, there's space for that. That certainly back in the day, that video games were considered juvenile, and to some degree they still are, unfortunately, but certainly not to the degree that it was in the late 90s.
Right. There's definitely a market for it, and there have been rumors that they will revive it, but there's rumors about Banjo getting revived. That hasn't happened yet.
We're
if they're gonna revive it,
yeah, we would get Banjo far before Conquer, no question. Banjo's one that I just sort of scratch my head and say, there has to be an IP holdup somewhere. There must be.
No, I've heard so many weird things about the IP for that, because I'm pretty sure they do have everything for Banjo. Because I remember hearing that there was an IP holdup for Star Fox Adventures, because that was Rareware before they got bought. But I've also heard since then. Oh, what was the other one I heard? King K. Rool. I heard King K. Rool people thought there was an IP issue with that, and that's why he wasn't in any of the Donkey Kong Country games, like the two newer ones. But no, apparently
get him in Smash. So
I feel like I've heard since then Nintendo actually does own King K. Rool. They just don't use him ever, except for Smash.
But just
I have heard that.
With the level of excitement that they had from the Banjo announcement, I thought that was finally going to be what confirmed for them. Because
I know.
I was theorizing, all right, they put Banjo in there because they know there's this small fandom, and in a game with 70 however many characters, that they can have this one that is tailored to a niche fandom, and that's okay. And then the reaction was so much bigger, and I was like, at the same time, that's also kind of where they can have a testing ground of, do people actually like this? What is the actual reaction? How many people really care that we're not investing a full game's production in this? We're just putting one character among 70, but that it sort of lets them test public reaction and appetite for it. And I thought after they announced Banjo, it was like, will this finally be that test of, they sort of experimented, and that they should now be seeing just how beloved these characters are, that people are losing their freaking minds over this announcement. Will this finally be what gets it through whatever company owns the IP's skull? Yes,
Microsoft.
People want more Banjo-Kazooie.
Yep.
And here we are, 7 years later, nothing.
I know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, Rareware has been kind of perma-stuck on Sea of Thieves. And it's not really the same people who made Banjo that's at Rareware now.
Yeah.
Which is one thing. But you would think. But I feel like it's just another one of those Microsoft, baffling decisions, because people were excited for Banjo. I know I cried. Oh,
I have a friend, die-hard Banjo fan, and he sent me a voice recording. He was crying, just hysterics. And I know he and I had been talking about the concept of Banjo and Smash for 5 years. That as far back as Smash 4, that he was theorizing. It was like, man, they could do it, and here's how they would implement it. This is the design.
They could do it.
And that when they had that announcement that day, that he was the first person I thought of, and it was just, and that there were so many people like that, and there was so many people who had been waiting for that. It's like, please, Rare Nintendo, do you now see how much people want this?
I don't know how much money Sea of Thieves is making. I feel like that's really why they haven't moved on.
That's fair. It's
their thing right now.
It's the Kirby Air Ride for HAL Laboratories issue. Why would they make Kirby Air Ride 2 when they can make Smash Brothers? Why would they make Banjo-Kazooie when they could make Sea of Thieves?
Exactly. Exactly. Why would they do that? I mean, Sea of Thieves, I think, is getting them quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
It's been ongoing for a while. I'm surprised it's ongoing still. But it does seem to be making them a lot of money. At least we have Yooka-Laylee, which I know as a Kickstarter back. I backed Yooka-Laylee on Kickstarter. If you look in the credits, you can see one Amalia Solaris in the credits. I thought Yooka-Laylee was fine. It was not. It was not the best.
Banjo 3.
It wasn't Banjo 3. There were too many mini games that were too tedious and not fun, and there were just some worlds that felt a little too empty. There was something about the world design that they just struck a good note on in Kazooie, and they've never been able to strike it again. And I don't know why, because I feel like it's a pretty simple design, but it just works every time.
Yeah.
It just works every time. I'm excited for Yuka Replay-E though. I'm excited for it because apparently they're fixing a lot of stuff.
And obviously, Playtonic was not working with the resources that Rare had back in the day.
Right, and I definitely understood that.
Maybe someday. Maybe
someday. They have a lot of the OG crew on there. I'm hoping that they're able to make Yuka Replay-Lee really good because I think it does deserve to take off. I actually really like the sequel, Yooka-Laylee: The Impossible Lair. That was one of the first games I streamed.
Ooh,
was Yooka-Laylee: The Impossible Lair. It's a hard game. If you like Tropical Freeze, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and you're like, I want this but harder, play Impossible Lair. It's good. It's good. It's got similar vibes. You can tell it's kind of like same brain.
Yeah. So hopping back to Pokemon for a moment. So obviously we have ZA coming up next year. Memory serves, I forget. Were you doing a Wonderlock recently? Or
I was doing a Wonder. Well, I still am. I'll be doing that on Thursday. But we did lose half of our team.
Yeah, that you might be entering into the last stream of that Wonderlock, and that is not to say you're about to be the Elite Four.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. We have to fight Raihan. We're doing a Wonderlock of Pokemon Sword. We're about to fight Raihan, and we have lost a decent portion of our team. So I'm gonna have to level a lot, probably. At least level an Ice type. But we will see how it goes on Thursday. If we fail on Thursday, it's not the end of the world, but it'll be a little sad. Just a smidge. But there's always another run that you can do if you're willing to wait through the hour-long opening scene of Sword.
Yeah. I've played every generation of Pokemon. And that, obviously some have been better than others. And it's this tension of the series of, in some ways, I'm glad that they are doing more with their stories. That
yes.
Goodness knows the early games did not have much story. And I think that the world building and the characters and the stories, are they going to be particularly deep? No, but it's not supposed to be. This is still a game that is for children, that it should be relatively simple. But their cutscene management it's not as bad as it was in Sun and Moon in Sword and Shield, but
that's true.
They still have a bit of a ways to go. And even in Legend of Arceus, that I have to tell people, all right, that first hour and a half is going to be a lot of cutscenes. Just kind of power through it.
Yup.
And yeah, they need to find a balance somehow, and it's tricky.
It is tricky because they want to give you a lot of exposition from the get-go and then release you, but I think that they would benefit from breaking it down a little bit more.
Breaking it down, or the thing that everyone has been asking for, that hour is going to be a lot more engaging and probably go a lot easier if you do one of two things. One, allow us to skip it. Just let us tap start twice to skip if we want to.
Yep.
Or if you're going to continue to have it unskippable, Pokemon Company, you're one of the most successful companies in the world. You have the highest grossing IP in history. You can afford voice actors.
Yep. They can. I believe Pokemon Company is the most profitable IP in the world.
It is the highest
Straight up.
grossing IP in history, and it is not particularly close.
Yeah.
Those long exposition dumps would be a lot more engaging if you just have voice acting and not just the text of just like, you know, that the little blip sound of new page, just bing, bing.
So I've heard some arguments for why they rush the games, and I've always heard it's to match the show. It's like you have to whenever they roll out a new generation, they have to roll out the cards, they have to roll out the games, they have to roll out the anime around the same time, and the toys. So that's why I've heard it's always rushed, because the game would theoretically take the longest, from what I've been told. But
I can get that.
They could just get a bigger team.
And fortunately, they are. That there was actually
Thank God.
that they announced just a week or two ago that they're actually holding a big career fair. This is the Japanese office, so unless you're in Japan, sorry, but that they listed out some like 27 different positions, so it's very clear they're hiring up for what is almost certainly going to be Gen 10.
Thank God.
But at the same time,
because I actually did like Gen 9, but it was rough.
The thing that impresses me with Scarlet Violet is it is a perfectly functional Pokemon game. All of the glitches, all of the bugs only are visual, and they're only in the overworld.
Yep.
That for the billions of potential iterations that you have in the battle system, that is the actual meat of the game. That is the actual complex part of the game, of the amount of QA that has to probably go into that, of checking to make sure, okay, if this move is used and hits that status, which is then layered with that status, with that item and that ability, doesn't cause a crash. I've never, ever, ever seen that in any Pokemon game. It has never happened. All of the crazy stuff, it's just the overworld. And in some ways, that's certainly baffling in its own way of, okay, you were able to nail this technical part. You made sure that your battle system is perfectly sound. No problems at all. So why couldn't you lock up the visuals? And the answer, I agree, is, you know, they're rushed.
They're rushed. They're horribly rushed.
That's the other thing that I tell people. As a game, does it look not as good as something that is the highest grossing IP of all time should look? Absolutely.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It should not look like that. But as a game, it plays perfectly fine. It plays like a Pokemon game.
I've only had it crash once. I think it was in the overworld. I think it was in the overworld. I had it crash one time on launch. It never crashed again.
Yeah.
That was it. Like on launch day, it crashed one time. It never crashed again.
Yeah, and
I
never got any of the.
Yet?
Oh yeah, no. Do you see things loading in? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I've never had any of the crazy things that were making the rounds on Twitter of like eyes popping out or.
I didn't have any of that either.
Yeah.
You know, I actually playing Sword and Shield. I did notice a lot of FPS drop in Sword as well. Especially in the wild area. So effectively the overworld. Yeah. So I feel like, I don't know. I even commented on it. I was like, so why are we giving Scarlet and Violet shit for this, when this is in this game too? People are like, oh, play Sword and Shield. It runs better. I'm like, yeah, Sword and Shield is not really, not like barely. It really doesn't. It's not as ambitious either. So I think it doesn't have as much of a strain.
Yeah, and just I'm hoping, you know, we talk about okay, how much do we trust Nintendo to do well, and that the Pokemon Company is not Nintendo. They are two very different organizations. They work hand in hand, obviously, but they are not the same company. Just as Nintendo has to be aware that they need to make sure that the successor to the Switch is good, the Pokemon Company has to be aware that not just because Scarlet Violet was rough around the edges, because, you know, from a financial standpoint, Scarlet Violet was the best-selling console-exclusive game in history. 10 million units week one. It doesn't matter if people were angry that it was rough around the edges. It sold gangbusters. It did everything that they wanted it to. And goodness knows, you know, look at the card games and everything else. Pokemon's fine. That they are not under actual pressure But I hope, and they've said, as much as a company is going to say of, hey, yeah, we hear you on the quality thing, and we will see, but it's Generation 10.
Yeah.
That has to count for something.
It has to count for
really
something.
hope. I want to be cautiously optimistic, but I'm also kind of bracing for Scarlet Violet again.
I don't want to think it'll be the same, but there isn't pressure on them.
Yeah,
there is not
isn't.
Pal World is not actually pressure on them.
No.
A lot of people keep acting like it is. It's not.
No, Pal World is a boon to Pokemon because Pal World is another company taking on all the risk to do experimentation for the Pokemon Company.
Exactly.
The Pokemon Company is able, like, people were saying, oh, they're going to sue them for IP infringement. It's like, no. One, there's no legal basis. They'd have to get even closer than they actually are. They even a litigious company like Pokemon, the reason they didn't do anything is because they knew they couldn't. And Pal World knew that Nintendo or that the Pokemon Company couldn't. They knew that. But the other thing is, if I'm the Pokemon Company, I'm looking at Pal World and saying, oh, thank you. These are all the things that a company like us, we can't do all these absurd things and try them out. But you are now giving us all this data, all this research. We're able to see what things people are engaging with, what's popular, what's not. That's a dream come true for Pokemon because no one has ever really attempted at scale to do what they do. So they just have to make up their own stuff and they have to experiment. And especially for a company and a brand that big, they're going to go slowly. They're only going to increment a little bit generation over generation. They don't want to take these huge, crazy risks, these incredibly divergent, creative, and mechanical choices. They can't. And now they have someone else doing that for them. They've got to love it.
I think if anything, I mean, okay, I'm gonna be real. I don't know how much Pal World sold, but I'm gonna wager it's not nearly as much as Scarlet and Violet.
Let's see.
I'm gonna wager it probably isn't. Now, it sold pretty well.
Oh yeah, it sold
really well.
Very well.
I think it's kind of fallen off a little bit since then. I don't see many people streaming it. I don't really see many people talking about it. If anything, it sparked debate, and I think people will try to check out the new Pokemon game because there was debate. You know, kind of how they sparked controversy by making their game the way that it is, you know, Pal World, and that drew in a lot of people. I think the opposite will also maybe happen. Because people will continue to compare, and then they'll want to see for themselves how similar they are, or what one does better. And I think in general, just the Pokemon name is too big to fail in some regard, especially with the mainline game.
It's too big to fail in a single game. They would have to have an abysmal 5 to 7 years. They would need to not only release a bad game, but it would have to sell poorly. But then you would have to simultaneously see degradation in the card game, in the cartoons. That's part of being a multimedia franchise.
They would have
If one of the pillars falters, they have everything else to keep them propped up.
That is true.
So they can right the ship. That they would need a cataclysmic level event of fan sentiment that would cause a massive revolt across the board. And something like people were... I don't know if I want to say rightfully angry about the state of Scarlet Violet. I would say rightfully frustrated, certainly.
Yeah.
But, you have people saying, this isn't good. This isn't the quality we expect. People weren't boycotting the game. They weren't like, oh, no,
exactly.
we need to really show them that this is bad, that it was frustration.
They tried to boycott Sword and Shield, though, but they kind of failed.
Yeah, the whole Dex thing, I looked at that and said, I was impressed that they made it to Gen 8, and it was...
Oh, yeah, I didn't care about
that it took them to Gen 8 to say, hey, actually, no, we can't... We're not going to put in 800 Pokemon in the game. Sorry, folks. The fact that they made it that far was, frankly, the more impressive thing. But
I agree.
Quick glance, Pal World has sold 15 million units. Scarlet Violet has sold 25 million units, so 10 million more, less than double. So, you know, on paper you can look and say, oh wow, on their first outing, Pal World got more than half the sales of Pokemon, and to be fair, that is a massive success.
That is a massive success.
But there's also a very big difference between 15 and 25 million.
There is also a big difference. I was gonna say that, like, that's, like, yeah, like, that's still 10 million. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot of copies of a game. So, yeah, I don't know. I also just don't know. It depends also on what Pal World does in the future. If they decide to, you know, continue updating the game, make another game,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
That's the thing that I'm really curious about. I want to see what Pal World does. That, okay, they have had a fantastic first outing. Can they keep it up? Because they are not the multimedia franchise juggernaut that Pokemon is. And I don't think that it is very practical to do that. There have been instances that for a long time, I didn't think that it was ever going to be possible for a company to recreate Pokemania and to actually really prop up a true multimedia juggernaut. That I felt in today's day and age with how much content there is, everybody has their list that I mentioned earlier. I wasn't sure if anyone would be able to recreate it. I think Pokemon was benefiting from its time in history and the fact that it did things in ways that others didn't.
Yes.
But I do think we actually have seen the rise of a multimedia juggernaut in ways that we haven't seen since Pokemania, and that's Hoyoverse.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't really do gacha games.
I don't either, but I know that it's big, and I keep looking and seeing, you know, every game that they release, it hits, and that they've been expanding into, you know, all the different products, and now there's anime, and there's they're doing what, you know, so many IPs have tried desperately to do for the past 30 years, and they're the first to actually even somewhat mimic Pokemon's success.
Yeah. Part of me is like why Genshin? Like, why? I never, like, I even tried it. Like, I'll not deny their character art is really good. I never saw the appeal past that, personally. But I understand that not everything is for me. You know, it's just, it's not my cup of tea, but a lot of people really like it. You know, I know that I actually did try Genshin. I tried Honkai as well. I tried it. I played it for about a day or two. And then I was just like, I just can't.
I'm in the exact same boat. I don't understand the appeal. I've never been one to really enjoy gacha, and that if they were to release just a standalone game without the gacha, I'd probably play it because, you know, obviously the art's great. Some of the battle systems look really cool. I was tempted for a time to try Honkai Star Rail, but just gacha is such a blocking factor for me.
Yeah, it wasn't really the gacha that ended up getting me at the end. It was the, like, I didn't like every single gacha game. The gameplay from this, like, at the start, you'll be like, oh, this is kind of complex and stuff. And then you get into it for after an hour and you're like, wait, this is actually really simple. It felt like a very simple. I know they do that because it has to run on phones and stuff like that. It's like a simplified Final Fantasy. And I was like, if I want to play Final Fantasy, I'll just go boot up Final Fantasy. You know, and then I don't have to worry about spending money to get characters that'll make the game easier for me. You know, that I'm just, so I don't really get it, you know, get it. But there are people who do, and good for them. I hope your wallets are okay. Have you heard the VTuber thing where every VTuber gets compared to a Genshin character or a Honkai character?
No, but I'm not surprised.
It happens a lot. It finally happened to me for the first time. It took 2 years. I got compared to a Genshin character. I was really proud of it. It happened on TikTok. Somebody called me Heizo. I was not familiar with the character at all.
Nor am I. So let's see.
He's got like maroon hair, but it does kind of look like me, I guess. Sort of. Kind of. But
I'm not seeing it.
It's like the hairstyle, I guess.
I'm not seeing it.
I feel like some people they stretch a little bit, but I do have friends that commonly get called Genshin characters, and I never saw it with them either. I guess see with the hair, but I'm just like, that's literally it. But a lot of people, I have noticed though, a lot of people get called Genshin characters. Oh, you look just like this character. Oh, you look just like that character. And it's just like, not really. not really. I feel like you're stretching.
Yeah.
But it's something that I hear all the time.
On a positive note, at least no one said you look like Shrek.
Honestly, you know, maybe I should, you know, already change my upcoming 2.0 and just have Roxo turn me into Shrek.
Has anyone ever actually just made a joke Shrek model? I feel like there has to have been someone. This is such a
I saw something that was
layup of
kind
a
of
meme,
similar.
but I don't know if I've ever actually seen that.
I feel like I've seen one that was like a joke, like asset that somebody made, but I don't know if I saw like a full-on Shrek, like a Shrek full-on LTV model. I don't think I've seen that. No. Do you think like DreamWorks would like bonk them?
So we've seen other instances, you know, people have made like Pikachu models and other things, and the
Right.
key is you can't monetize with them. So
Right. I've seen people do it, and I'm not sure how they don't get bonked. Maybe they just haven't been found yet. I won't snitch, but
but also people usually don't stream with them that much. That you know, you can't.
oh, maybe that's it.
That if you put up a social media post with you using it, that's fine. That they can't take action against
Yeah.
you. If you use it on stream where people are paying bits and subs and such, or if the artist that made the thing charges for it on Ko-fi, then
Yes.
there's legal action to be taken. But that's why you
Yes.
see, you know, some people will make these models, but then very few people use them because they can't use them in anything that is monetized.
Right. And I think I've heard that assets kind of fall under something different because you are not the thing. They are not you, or you're not the thing. I've heard assets can be a little bit
Yeah,
more gray
it gets
area.
to sort of a gray area. Yeah.
Because I've definitely used like Legend of Zelda stuff before, or Pokemon stuff before, and I have yet to get bonked. But I thought that was kind of different from like having a Pikachu or an Eevee one. I remember there was an Eevee one for a while.
It's also a difference of if it is a character or a particular iconography that if you know you can use a Pokeball asset in your streams and you're not going to get bonked. You can
Right.
have the different Mario hats with the customized letter and you're not going to get bonked. But if you were to have a full-on Mario model, if you were to have a full
Yes.
Pikachu model, if you were to use the Pokemon logo,
Yes.
that's when it gets into the more likely to get bonked legal territory.
I don't know if you know this. I actually met Charles Martinet last month,
Ooh,
as in the Mario.
yes.
I took a picture with him. I actually got to explain to him what VTubers are, which is either a horrible thing that I've done to the world or a great thing. I'm not sure which, but I got to take a picture with him with my VTuber model,
Oh, that's so cool.
which is really cool. I have the picture saved to my desktop always, and I just look at that sometimes, and I just think to myself, oh my gosh, I met Mario.
Yeah,
But he actually was really interested in the idea of VTubers.
oh, I'll bet that for him that has to be a very interesting thing. Just you know, one, he's obviously very old guard, that he's been around for a while, so it's probably fascinating technology to him, and just
Yes.
creatively that there's a lot of cool stuff. And if he were younger, I wouldn't be surprised even now if Nintendo didn't try to do. Do you remember the Tony the Tiger VTuber?
Oh God, yes! It was
I'm
one of the
kind of
biggest
s-
debuts of all time.
And that there have been VTubers at the Super Bowl now.
Yes, there have been VTubers at the Super Bowl. That was insane to me. I did explain it to him because he talked about at his panel. I saw him at a con. He talked about at his panel doing something that was kind of similar with like facial motion capture and talking to a live audience. And I told him, I was like, I do that for a living.
Yeah, that
Like,
I
that
would
is
not
my
be surprised if Nintendo did that for a promotion somewhere, or you know,
I think they will. I think they
Or-
will do it. I think it will
or
be
just at the Nintendo amusement parks. That you see that being done at Disney. That
Yes.
what was it? Crush from
Crush,
Finding
yes.
Nemo. That
Hush.
they've
yes.
done that for a while. I could absolutely
Yes.
see them doing that. I'm not sure if it would necessarily be for Mario specifically, but for characters in the franchise.
Yes. I remember going to see the Crush show when I was like in middle school, and I could not understand how it was happening. I could not understand how they were doing all of that. but they have like there have been kind of VTubers for a while now. Like even if you think about like the YouTube era where people would have like pictures of themselves like talking, you know, like that is that not a PNG tuber?
Yeah.
Is that not a PNG tuber, you know? Like it's been around for a while, really. Like we just didn't have a name for it.
Yeah, we just didn't have a term, and we didn't have the accessible motion capture that we have now.
Exactly. I do think Nintendo will get VTubers. I absolutely believe it.
I mean,
Ruby
Sonic has VTubers.
Sonic has a VTuber. I think Nintendo is next.
Probably.
I think Nintendo is next. I was like kind of nervous telling Charles about the VTubing thing, but he's so chill. He is one of the most chill dudes I've ever met.
And now he's literally been given the full clearance, all right, right off in the sunset day, that he's done with the acting, but that he was given the title of, you know, Mario Ambassador, that they're still going to trot him out to events and whatnot, obviously, that conventions are going to have him any opportunity they get, and that that's the ultimate retirement. That
honestly,
he's in good health. He's, you know, certainly not as young as he once was, but he's also not terribly, terribly old either.
Yeah, he's really not. He took on the Mario role really young, which I didn't know that. He took it on pretty young.
And what was initially just, I wonder how long the Mario 64 recording segments were. Because I'd have to guess it was only maybe a day or two, because there's not that much.
There really isn't that much. It's repeated quite a bit.
Thank you for playing my game, and the different efforts.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
I can't remember how many lines
he's
he's recorded. He said at one point how many he thought he had recorded. It was like in the hundreds of thousands for Mario.
Yeah, by now certainly,
well,
but
yeah,
specifically for N64, that when it began, when he had his first gig as Mario, it was probably
his first gig was before Super Mario 64. It was because he did Mario typing.
That's right.
Well. He did Mario. I've actually played Mario typing. I found a way to play Mario typing online via Wayback Machine. You can do it.
Wow.
You can do it.
There's
or maybe
a genre
Internet
of
Archive.
game that I feel like you don't see anymore, but I feel like has to still be around. That's typing games.
I played those when I was in school.
Oh my gosh.
We had to. We had to. But yeah, I did play Mario typing. It is a game. I actually tried to fail purposefully because he told us a story about recording for that game in particular. He had a bit of an epiphany about Mario whenever he was recording for Mario typing, because he was supposed to scold the person if they failed, and he felt like that was not in character. He was like, I don't want Mario to be like, you have to do better, you know, that stuff. That would be sad, you know? And he was like, that's when I knew that Mario was a positive force. He's supposed to be positive.
Yeah.
And so he changed the line. He asked if he could change the line, so he changed it to, that was good, but you know, I think you can do better. You know, that kind of like more like, I think if you give it another try, you'll do better.
Try it again, buddy.
Yeah, like try it again, bud. You know, just very like, you know, more encouraging. And that, I don't know, like, it made me, I don't know, just meeting him was just so nice. It was so wholesome. I tell everybody, people are probably sick of me talking about meeting Charles, but he was just so fantastic to talk to. And getting to explain VTubing to him, I'm like, again, I'm still like, oh my god, I told Mario about VTubers. You know, that's kind of a...
Like, that's a badge of honor right there.
It's a badge of honor! He did say he'd seen them before, so I guess I might have been the first. I don't know. I might have been the first. But I'd be surprised. You know, other people have had to have taken their picture with them that are VTubers. I cannot have been the first. That would be... Maybe they just didn't say. I don't know.
Ultrafist in chat says I would do the same thing, especially if I had the chance to meet other cool people like Stanley. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Stanley would be a VTuber. He wouldn't just learn about VTubers. He would become a VTuber.
Yeah. I mean, there are several voice actors who have become VTubers. You have like Sayu, Amalia. I think that some of the older guard, I could see them still trying to dip their toes into it. I mean, you don't have to be young to be a VTuber.
No.
Even though it's kind of more young culture right now, I think that'll change over time.
Well, it's young culture in that a lot of the older voice actors have such steady convention work that they don't need it.
Yes.
That VTubing and content creation is usually, if you're still establishing yourself in the industry, that if you're not able to make full-time on your normal VA work plus conventions, that content usually becomes sort of the next pillar of things.
Exactly.
But Steve Bloom doesn't need to be a VTuber because he's going to conventions every weekend of the year and doing just fine. That if he wanted to and had the free time, Steve Bloom could probably just be a VTuber for funsies. But that I don't think we're necessarily going to see older voice actors looking to dip their toes
I don't think they
large
will.
numbers. That it would have to be someone who has the genuine interest in just finding a new way to perform because they want to.
Right. I could see people like more of the current guard, but as VTubing becomes more popular, because I have noticed a lot of them are becoming VTubers. You know, they are kind of becoming, or at least if they're not VTubers, they're like collabing with them. They're kind of becoming more aware of them. I could see more of the current like semi-young, you know, or maybe a little bit older than me, starting to dip their toes into it. I feel I feel like as we continue though, older VTubers, I mean, let's be real. There's quote unquote older VTubers already. Like a lot of people don't like to talk about it, but the age of 30 plus is in demand. Even though they call anybody above 30 a hag, like there are a lot of VTubers that are over, you know, there's some even in their 40s. Like
I'm looking forward
they already exist.
I'm looking forward to the era of 50-year-old VTubers.
Me too.
Like I think that's going to be so
great.
Cool.
It's going to be amazing. Great. Yes, I am looking forward to that too.
But also just, you know, content creation as we know it has barely existed for 15 years. I don't even know if you could really say it's existed for 20 at this point. But people who are VTubers or content creators now that are in their 20s and 30s, fast forward 20 years, people are in their 50s. That one, where will technology be then versus now for us being able to do stuff? But then also that's going to be when folks are really experienced. And we look at VTubers now, and if you've been around for 5 years, you're old guard.
Exactly.
But that this is still the Wild West of VTubing. This is
still the Wild West.
We will look back, you know, 3-5 years from now, and this will still all be lumped in with 2020, 2021. This is the dawn. This is the early era. But what's
people
it gonna
consider
be like?
me an old VTuber, and I've only been doing this for 2 years. I still feel new some days.
But
I'm
what's it
still
going to be
learning
like
every day.
when people have 20 years, 25 years of experience in content creation, in VTubing, and that you're seeing young folks who are in their early 20s getting into VTubing, that's going to be just, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all develops. Also, Joyboy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in.
Hey, welcome in. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, think about where VTubing's gonna be in 20 years. Think about how far it's already come. It's just gonna keep going. It's gonna keep on the trajectory, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have VTubers doing, I feel like, more than just the content creation that is kind of the mainstream content creation now. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we could have VTubers like on actual TV.
Oh, I'm expecting it.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of when at this point, because at this point we have VTubers who are doing like full on, you know, concerts. That's insane if you think about it. I mean, it's not like news to us because we're used to that. But if you think about like how this all got started, right? Okay, you go from a little moving model that's, you know, talking on your screen, and then there's like a full 3D, like full body tracking concerts now. And then it just keeps going. It's just gonna keep going. You know, we're gonna have VTubers that are like on TV. We're gonna have them doing all sorts of media that's not just streaming, I think. And I think that's gonna be cool.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be cool.
Just like you have motion capture series, just like you have animation, that there's inevitably going to be VTuber TV series, whether it's something that is a reality series or a scripted series, that you're not paying for someone to animate frame by frame anymore to do the motion, the animation, that you are doing like you would in a traditional live action show, that you have people, whether it is scripted or not, you can have your VTuber sitcom, fully
Exactly.
scripted union VTuber sitcom, and
Exactly.
that's just going to be entirely possible. It's technically possible now.
It is technically possible now. I think it's just a matter of VTubing catching on. They're gonna realize that there's a market for it.
But also,
I think.
I'm waiting for Hollywood to realize that there's a lot of efficiency here that
Exactly.
I don't mean to undermine animators, but in a lot of ways that it's going to be easier from a production standpoint if we're able to bring in folks who are very, very talented artists and riggers to create these good models and bring in some actors to do that, you don't need a full animation pipeline for that, and that it's going to be very similar to what you would have for, like you said, a sitcom. And yes,
Exactly.
the blocking point is studios will say, well, why would we bother paying for all this motion capture technology, the rigging and the art, when we can just have actual live action and only pay for the actors, because we're paying for the actors still in the VTuber part. But that I think people are going to realize that there will be the demand for that will justify the costs.
Yeah. They have already, like, there have been companies who have already tried making virtual actors before. Square Enix tried it a couple of years ago. I mean, I say a couple of years ago, it's been like over 15, I would say, with I forget her name. I feel like it was the main character of, oh god, it was that really bad Final Fantasy movie. They tried to actually make her into like a virtual actress. That was like a project that they kind of started, but then like that movie flopped like super bad. Spirits Within.
Yeah.
I think they kind of tried that with her, and I know they pseudo tried it with Lightning. I remember because they tried to have her like on magazines and stuff like that as I believe they did. If it wasn't Lightning, then it was the other lady. I cannot remember her name to save my life, but they have tried in the past to have virtual actresses. I think like we could kind of like come back around to that. I think that might actually happen.
I think that the problem is they were approaching it from the wrong angle, and
yes,
VTubers, as we know them now, are the answer. That the problem is creating a virtual actor for the purposes of being a virtual actor is difficult, because you're now trying to create a brand off of nothing. That you don't have someone who has a personality that is known, that you need to establish their brand and personality through establishing these shows. And now you're trying to build two things simultaneously, and it's difficult. And they tried to prop it up with the vehicle of a very popular game series, Final Fantasy, to sort of justify that. But that's a lot. What I think is going to be more so happening is you have high-profile VTubers who are also very talented actors, and that just as you have content creators getting into normal acting, voice acting, that you will have people bring them on or say, all right, let's get this group of voice actors for a sitcom, or sorry, not voice actors, VTubers for a sitcom, and that then they're not establishing the brand, they have the brand, and that they are engaging the talent a la normal Hollywood talent in terms of how they manage things, the contracts and such. But that then the studios aren't trying to create the brands themselves, that the actors are the VTubers, and the VTubers have their own brands, just as actors have their own brands.
Exactly.
And that it is possible to prop up an actor. It is, you are able to prop up pop stars through that terrifying machine of whatever goes into creating pop stars, but it's a lot more difficult to do for actors. So I think it's going to be, people are going to start pulling from VTuber talent.
Yes, I definitely agree. I think the problem Square Enix had was they tried it way too early. They tried it in like 2001.
They were too far ahead of the curve.
They were too far ahead of the curve to the point where people looked at it and they thought it was insane. I think that now, with like VTubing and stuff like that, it's definitely more possible. But they were just trying it way too early. And like, props to them, I guess, for trying to be innovative, but they didn't do it well. And they just didn't do it at the right time. And timing is everything. Timing is really everything. So, I mean, I see what they were trying to strive for, but it just didn't work.
Yeah.
but maybe they do what you say, you know, maybe in the future. Maybe in the future we have Final Fantasy 20's protagonist played by Iron Mouse.
Honestly, I don't think we're too far off from that. That we already.
I don't think we're too far from that.
Just obviously, Sayu and Amalia sort of took it from the other angle that they were already voice actors, then went into content creation, and now they're seeing payoff from content creation feedback into their initial career paths.
Exactly.
But that, goodness knows, there's a fair few VTubers who are trying to get, even right now, voice acting work, and that I think you will see that more and more because you're already seeing with normal content creators that ProZD.
Yes.
He's had a incredible ascendancy in that for a while he was getting a couple small gigs here and there, a couple of indie games here and there, and I'm not sure if you've seen Delicious in Dungeon, Amalia.
I have started it. It's so good. I'm on episode 4.
I hope you're watching the dub.
I am watching the dub.
I tell people to watch the dub specifically for his performance. I think that series is finally going to take him from being that guy who does YouTube videos and happens to voice act on the side to being properly recognized as just a powerhouse voice actor.
Yes,
because
he's always been so good.
Amazing.
He's always been so good at voice acting. I know he's been in a variety of things. He was in
Pluto. Have you seen Pluto?
I have not seen Pluto. I know he was in Agretsuko as well, because I watched Agretsuko. I didn't watch the last season though. I know he's been in quite a bit of stuff. It's nice to see him finally land a big role.
Yeah.
It's nice. And it's interesting how content creation does end up kind of intersecting with voice acting in a lot of ways. Do I ever see myself voice acting? No. I have too much on my plate right now, but it would be cool in the future, maybe. I don't know. I do see a lot of people though that are starting out as VTubers, and I have noticed I want to be a VTuber, and then it's I want to be a voice actor. Like it's like a pipeline kind of.
I think that VTubing is much more viable than voice acting nowadays.
Yeah, and both are pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both are pretty hard. I will not pretend that what I do is easy. It is not easy. I tell people this. Some people ask me for advice. I don't feel like I'm the best advice giver. Just because sometimes I sit here and I wonder how I've made it as far as I've made it. But I tell people you're gonna have to prepare for difficult days. You're just gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to prepare for disappointment. But that's not to say your entire time being a VTuber is gonna be disappointing. Because I love what I do. I absolutely adore it. But I will not lie, it is hard some days. It is very hard.
Yeah,
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just a hobby streamer. That this channel's not monetized.
Exactly.
My answer is don't. That, if that is your dream or aspiration, pursue it. But like you said, it is difficult, and the odds are not in your favor for so many reasons. And
for so many reasons.
Obviously, competition. There's so much, but just there's so many factors that go into things, and that it is so difficult, and that if you're able to make it, that's amazing, but it's a lot. And obviously I can't even speak to it to the level that you can, but my solution was to not, frankly.
I mean, it really depends on the person. If you think that you can, I think it's always worth a shot. But understanding the fact that it might not be what you want at the end, and that's okay. That's okay. I went into this, again, it was a wine-drunk decision. So I had no expectations. I thought after a year, I told myself at 1 year, it's entirely possible I will still be streaming to 3 or 4 people. And that's more likely than not. And I had to be okay with that. And that's not to say that's bad, because that's actually statistically higher than, a lot of people out there streaming. That is actually statistically higher.
Yep.
But I had to prepare myself for that. You know, I had to prepare myself for it not being easy and for it to not be successful immediately. And I have just been continuously grateful and surprised, I would say, over how the journey has gone. And again, just mostly grateful, if I'm totally honest, mostly grateful. But again, I went into this knowing that it is not necessarily going to pop off. And I think that's where there's a lot of people who start VTubing and then they get frustrated immediately because they didn't, you know, quote unquote pop off like Shy Lily or whatever.
Yeah.
Shy Lily did not get those numbers overnight.
Neither did Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse was streaming. Yes. Iron Mouse was streaming to 50 people, a whopping 50 people in 2019, 2020. And that was her after 5 years. I forget how many years that.
Yes.
She's put her time in. She was here early.
Yeah, you have to put in work. Like you have to. I believe at least.
This is the long game.
This is the long game. It really is. And you have to just understand that not every stream is going to be great. You have to understand that it might take a while for things to, you know, pop off, quote unquote, or to improve, for there to be growth. And you just have to be ready for it. I saw so many people that started off around the time I did and they gave up really fast because they felt like they were not getting anywhere. But it was also like, okay, we've been doing this for like 2 months. We've barely been doing this for any time at all. You gotta exercise a little bit of patience. And some people are not patient, and I understand that. I'm not patient about a lot of things, if I'm honest, but yeah, people, you know, I've already seen a lot of people drop off, and it's weird because you stop and you realize you just haven't seen you haven't seen a certain person stream in a while, and then you realize.
Yeah, but at the same time, we are seeing more people debut than ever before. The people sometimes say, "Oh, the VTuber bubble is worse." No, it hasn't.
It
absolutely
really hasn't.
not. That yes, sometimes people stop streaming, stop doing content creation. Sometimes a couple of high-profile people. Sometimes you'll have 2 or 3 high-profile people stop in a month.
Exactly.
The sky is not falling. For every person that stops, 3 more start.
Exactly.
It is so much easier and accessible to get a model than ever before. Streaming setups are becoming more affordable, not more expensive. That the high ends are becoming more expensive, yes, but the floor of viability is becoming lower, and more people are knowing what to do, how to do it, and that the number of VTubers is absolutely still increasing. And I don't have the stats to say it, but I would wager that the rate at which VTubing is growing, in terms of just the number of people who have streamed with a model or PNG in the past 6 months, is probably the highest it's ever been, and that the rate of growth is probably as high as it's been.
I would agree with that. I've noticed it a lot more. I've noticed it a lot. I mean, it was already growing over the past year, but I do feel like we're at a point where it is becoming extremely popular.
We're not mainstream yet. We're bumping up against it. And anytime somebody says, "Oh, you know, the bubble burst after 2021," no, it didn't. That was just when it got so big that you couldn't even tell where the bubble ended anymore. That's
true. It definitely exploded. It was huge by the time I even debuted. It was huge, but I mean, because I debuted in mid 2022. That is when I debuted, and it has only gotten more accessible since I started. You know, and there's just more people that are trying it out, and I'm happy for them, honestly. Some people, you know, they look at what other people are doing and they go, "Oh, I want to try that too." And I mean, that's no different from me, really. I was looking at HoloLive going, "Oh, I want to try that too." So I was wine drunk, but you know, maybe don't be wine drunk like I was. But you know, other people are trying it, and I think I really do firmly believe everyone should try something at least once. At least once. Go hit the live button and try streaming one time, just to see if you like it. I mean, even
something crazy.
Yeah, try something crazy. And I'm not gonna say, you know, you may not get growth fast, like I warned. You know, you're gonna have to prepare for hard days or days that are frustrating. but all you can really do is just pick yourself back up and keep going. Like, God knows, not just me, but I would say about every single VTuber I've ever met has had a day where they questioned what they were doing was right.
That's the process of being creative. It doesn't matter if it's a VTuber,
Exactly.
a voice actor, a stage actor, an artist.
Exactly.
That's called, I don't even know if I'd even say just creative. That's just life.
Putting yourself out there is hard. It's hard.
Also, Nomosito, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in.
Yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, like, honestly, you know, it's hard and you will have rough days. And I swear, every single person I've ever talked to as a VTuber has had brainworms. Every single person, even the people that don't tweet about it. Every single person. They have had brainworms. And it's unfortunate, but it is kind of just a side product, I guess, of just what you do. Everybody has a crappy part about their job or even their hobby. And this is what we have to deal with. You have to deal with feeling, one, like you're, you know, some days you'll be like, I'm doing great. I do know what I'm doing, you know? But other days you will sit there and be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Why do people like me? I suck at what I do. You know, you'll just have the whole shebang.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have the whole cocktail in your brain.
Yep, and it's just being aware
just part of
that
it.
those days happen and working through them in whatever way is healthiest for you.
Exactly. You gotta find your way to work through it and just know that there'll be a better day. There'll be a better day. Like, you just have to keep on. You just have to keep on keeping on. You gotta pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and be like, wow, I feel like crap. I'm gonna go lay on my couch and sip a drink and eat good food and watch something that makes me feel better. And then you tackle it the next day. You know, that's just kind of how you, or, you know, whatever does work for you. But that's usually what works for me. So you gotta have to, oh, go ahead.
No, you finish first.
You just kind of have to do it. I mean, it sucks, but I do find solace in the fact that everybody has that problem. So it's not a me problem. It's an everybody problem. Definitely. You know? And that makes me feel better.
Do you remember the wine that you were drinking when you had the crazy idea? What is the Amalia wine?
Oh my gosh, I wish I could remember. It was a red wine. I could not tell you what it was. I don't think it was Barefoot, though. I know that is the quote-unquote wine of the people. Someone actually asked me this earlier this week, and I could not remember it. I feel like it was maybe
ask the
a
butler.
Merlot.
Maybe they remember.
Yeah, maybe I will ask him next time I see him. I'll ask him and be like, hey, do you remember what wine that was? I feel like it was a Merlot, though. If I had to guess,
like if you're able to track that down, that could be something of, you know, for the anniversary or something, just like, you know, I've got a bottle of the wine that caused all of this.
Yeah, that caused all this madness around here. That'd be pretty fun. I wish I could remember. I am pretty sure it was a red wine. But yeah, it was a red wine, and it clearly tasted good enough for me to keep drinking it.
Yeah, apparently. Led to at least one good idea.
Led to at least one good idea. But yeah, I wish I could remember.
I've been doing this since January 2021, and
wow.
You know, I still feel like I was late to the game. That I look around and I say, man, why didn't I do that like a year earlier? Why wasn't I there in 2019, 2020? And that for me, I first learned of VTubers 2016, 2017, Keys and I was like, oh, that's neat, you know, motion capture technology and whatnot. Cool. I'm not going to really follow any of her content because it's in Japanese and I do not speak Japanese, but that's neat. Fast forward to 2020, a friend shows me a Hololive clip and like, that's neat. Oh, that's like the Keys and I thing. And I guess they're streamers. That makes sense. I see where they're going with this. I was already really into, you know, I watched Twitch plenty, so I knew what streaming was, and okay. I didn't know that we were at the point where you could actually have reliable mocap software on your phone. Cool.
I didn't know that either. Yeah, that was such a neat discovery.
But again, they're in Japanese, and this is a fun clip with subtitles, but I'm not going to follow their content or watch their streams because I don't speak Japanese. And then Myth happens.
Yep.
And 2020, stuff isn't happening. And I, prior to 2020 and even now, go to a lot of conventions and whatnot, and I love conventions, and, that certainly wasn't happening in most of 2020. And I see an announcement, I think it was an ANN article that somehow makes it across my feed, announcing Hololive is going to be starting an English branch. Like, oh, I remember my friend showing me that clip. That was neat. Oh, I work from home, and that I'm going to be working at the time of the first debut. Just bring up YouTube and, work with that in the background. And Calliope Mori.
Yep.
Just, it was a twofold thing. One, Would You Please R.I.P. was a banger, and I had it on repeat for a week. But the other thing was just something about seeing chat Zoom during that debut was the closest thing I had felt to a convention in approximately 9 months. And just that, amongst other things, I started tuning in, and a couple months later, I'm knee-deep in the rabbit hole, and 2021's on the horizon. Certainly doesn't look like events and conventions are going to be happening anytime soon. I have too much time on my hands, but I know I don't have enough time to be a full-time streamer. I don't really want to be a full-time streamer. I don't think I have anything that would really stand out. But I want to do something, and I enjoy spinning up small projects for myself. I had already made several during the course of 2020 with the free time I had, and that I will usually spin up a project, make sure it's good. It's never a big project. That I like bite-sized projects, something that'll occupy me for one day a week, not occupy my life. And once I've got that plate spinning comfortably, I'll start spinning another plate. That's how literal plate spinning happens. That you don't spin up 5 at once. It's, all right, get one up, and then you have the second. And that if you have things stable and working, that adding one more at a time is much more manageable, and that if you realize, okay, now it's overloaded, I just need to remove one plate and I can go back to spinning all the others, no problem.
Exactly.
And it was about that time when I was ready to add another plate to the ones that I was spinning, and there had been a talk show called Animal Talking, which was run by a guy named Gary Whitta, who is a Hollywood writer, best known for Star Wars Rogue One and Book of Eli.
Both are very good. Very good. I've seen both of those.
And in the early days of the pandemic, he was bored at home, as many were, playing Animal Crossing, as many were. And
me too.
He made a talk show set in the basement of his Animal Crossing house. There's a Skyline wallpaper. He had a desk. He had a drum set. And having worked in Hollywood and other things, that he had some friends, so he just invited some folks on and had a talk show. And this was the time that the actual talk shows were scrambling to move to remote. And so he's suddenly up, and he's able to pull in some pretty big name folks because they're all at home too.
Yeah, they're not
all
doing
bored
either.
too. They can't get stuff either. So most of them, well, some of them are playing Animal Crossing themselves, and then for those who aren't, he has his wife. They buy, a second Switch. They make another character, and that the wife will then make an avatar for the guest and just emote during it. But that it's just a stream, and he had on Selena Gomez, Josh Gad, Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, Dr. Lupo. Matt Mercer actually was on there at some point. That he had so many people, and he was getting front page views, and it became appointment viewing for me. And the last show he did was on Halloween 2020, and that was when things were starting to spin back up in Hollywood, not, full force, but they figured out ways to do, to get production rolling again, and that he was starting to get jobs again. So that eventually winds down, but last show is Halloween 2020. Holo Myth debuts September 12th, 2020. So some 2 weeks later, I fall down the rabbit hole. Fast forward to December 2020, and I'm thinking, all right, what do I want to do? I don't want to do something a lot, and I think about Animal Talking, and it's like, well, talk shows can exist once a week.
That is
That's not an
true.
everyday thing. I could do that. And that,
Yeah.
part of the event stuff and organizational stuff that I like doing that I wasn't getting to do because events and conventions weren't happening. Like, well, I
Exactly.
can sort of scratch that itch, work that mental muscle that I haven't been able to. And here we are.
I mean,
And-
that is pretty. That's
Sorry,
a pretty
that's
wild
the.
story, though.
I need to figure out a better way to abridge that story.
I just tell people that I got wine drunk. And I was like, yeah, I just decided I was gonna be a VTuber one day. And that is what happened. I still, I still can't believe that. Yours seems way more thought through. Meanwhile, I'm just over here getting wine drunk as hell. And
It
just
was still
making
pretty
life-changing
impulsive.
choices.
That the thought process was rather quick. That it wasn't me sitting down, figuring out, okay, I want to have a new project and do something. That it was kind of a. It occurs to me as an epiphany of just, oh, talk show. That could be a thing. DM a friend, hey, are there like VTuber talk shows? And they're like, I think there's like one or two, maybe.
There's a,
And it was-
yeah.
And I literally searched that day to see if the handle VTuber Talk was saying. It was like, all right, we're just going to take the lowest hanging fruit here. What is the most obvious thing a VTuber talk show could be called? And it was like, nobody's taking these handles. I'm just going to register these now. And if in a week I decided I don't want to do this, I'll delete the accounts and that's fine. They'll be released back into the wild. And I committed to the bid about 2 days later.
Yup.
But that is why your tail is pointing to a leaf on the left side. And that is why I specifically requested that there be a little chunk out of the leaf. That is my Animal Crossing reference hiding in plain sight.
That is cool, though. I didn't realize that. I did notice that there was a chomp out of the leaf. I just thought it was like for the aesthetic. But
Nope,
that is actually really cool. I like that. I'm a big Animal Crossing fan. I played a lot of New Horizons when it came out. And I played quite a bit of New Leaf. I didn't really get to play Wild World.
Wild
City
World,
Folk.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really get to play those two, but I played the crap out of the last two.
Animal Crossing was there
them.
when the world needed it most.
Honestly, yeah. I actually, that's funny you mention the Animal Talk thing because my little sister was supposed to graduate college in 2020.
People did weddings in Animal Crossing. People did graduations in Animal Crossing.
We did a graduation in Animal Crossing
I had
for
a
her.
birthday party in Animal Crossing.
It was so nice, and everybody had it, so we could all just do that. We could just do that, and it was so accessible. All you needed was like NSO, and you could just hop onto an island. Hop onto your friends' islands.
They needed better dialogue, though.
They did.
Dialogue.
New Horizons wasn't great. It's still my favorite out of Animal Crossing, and I did play the OG as well. When it came out, but
everything like quality of
everything
life stuff
else
there
was
was
great.
amazing. That so many features. The only thing that was missing was just more dialogue for the villagers. That's really all it is, and I'm hoping that in the next one that they can beef that up because that should be the easiest thing to beef up, frankly. They've done it before. It's not like it's going to be new territory, and I can understand how they would think. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought, okay, that was a lot of dialogue. We probably don't actually need that much. People probably won't care that much, and now they realize, oh, people did actually want that. That's not gonna upend their production schedule. That's not gonna create bloat on the file sizes, adding in more text strings. That they can do that. Everything else, the only other major features that I would want is if you're gonna keep crafting, allow it to be multiple at once.
Yeah, I agree.
But
better quality of life.
Otherwise, little tweaks and things there, but otherwise a solid game.
Very good game.
It wasn't Scarlet and Violet.
It wasn't Scarlet and Violet. That's true. That is so true. Animal Crossing New Horizons, I'm a defender of it to a degree, but yeah, the dialogue needed to be better. That's for sure. I do know, allegedly, the team is working on a Splatoon title. That is the rumor, is that they're working on a Splatoon title. Nobody knows what it is, but a lot of people are suspecting it's Splatoon 4. It is about time for it.
And
in terms of starting production.
After that,
After that, I suspect there will be Animal Crossing
Yeah.
because it is the same. It is the same studio. They do
And that
both.
logically, there was never going to be a point to releasing a new Animal Crossing on the Switch. No sense in it. That
Yeah. No.
that they were obviously and rightfully going to wait for the next console, but
Yeah.
hey, that next console is now on the horizon.
Exactly. Yeah, Splatoon 4. If it is Splatoon 4, that will also be on the new console. 100%. 100%. Splatoon 3 is winding down. It is the quote-unquote final fest next month. So it would be about time for them to be in production for another game.
And to be fair,
It hasn't been out for 2
Splatoon
years.
3 has had a pretty solid life cycle.
It's had some balancing issues. I think a lot of people can agree with that. But it has been going for a solid 2 years.
Yeah, sorry. When I say
Solid
solid
2
life
years.
cycle, I mean that it has had its time. That
It's had its time, and it's about the same amount of time as Splatoon 2 had. So
yeah.
Now there's some comments to be had about balancing in that game, but that's a whole other tangent.
Yeah.
But yes, no, I do think that Splatoon 4 will happen decently early on the Switch 2 Electric Boogaloo or whatever it's called, and then I think we will get Animal Crossing afterwards.
Just
I think they'd be crazy to not do Animal Crossing.
for sure. That feels like something that just they should expect to make one per console, and it
should.
certainly seems like they know that. That goodness knows
Yeah.
Animal Crossing sold extremely well and is still very beloved.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny to think that I say Animal Crossing was there when the world needed it most, and it was there when the world needed it most because it got delayed.
It did. It did.
It was supposed to be October 2019, and they moved it about 6 months to March 2020, and we didn't know how
didn't know.
how good that announcement was going to be for us. That people were understanding. It's like, okay, that's not an absurd push back.
It's really
it's a 5-6 months, whatever. That's okay.
Yeah.
Animal Crossing has always been a bigger title. People are willing to wait. It's not like it's not what Legend of Zelda has had in terms of delays. So people are understanding, but just it was the right time.
It really
I
was.
don't believe in destiny, but man, that was convenient.
That was so convenient, and there is no it would have sold really well still, but it was
But
kind
it
of
was the moment.
It was the moment. It was timing is everything. Timing is everything, and that point in time was just perfect. And I think that while it would have been a successful game without a lockdown, it would
not have become.
It would not have been that successful.
I don't think it would have become a staple of people's lives for months on end like it did.
Exactly, and that is why, to me, it is the 2020 Game of the Year. Hands down.
Thank you, Amalia. I have had
It
this
is.
conversation with friends, and that when it got to the end of the year, it was like, what was the game of the year? And it was like, it's Animal Crossing.
It's Animal
And
Crossing.
Animal Crossing
Hands
was
down.
not the best game of the year, but it's the game of the year.
It's the Game of the Year because, to me, Game of the Year is the game that everyone was playing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the game that had the most cultural impact, and that, to me, was Animal Crossing for 2020.
Yep.
Hands down. Hands down. Who won? Was it Last of Us 2? I think it was
Probably,
Last of Us 2.
yeah. And,
I hated Last of Us.
I'm not
sorry.
actually played Last of Us.
I don't like zombie stuff, so that's probably
That's why I haven't played Last of Us.
Yeah, I don't really like zombie stuff. I feel like a lot of it's very samey. I don't like Last of Us. I definitely didn't like Last of Us 2 from what I saw of people playing it. So, definitely shouldn't have been that game. Definitely should have been Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's the game with the most cultural impact. I usually vote every year for Game of the Year. And this year, I did vote Elden Ring. I do think that was deserved.
Yeah.
Or this last year, I voted for Elden Ring. I felt like it was deserved. Or was it 2 years ago? I guess it was 2 years ago that I voted for Elden Ring. But because that was the game that had the most cultural impact. And to me, that is what matters the most for a Game of the Year. It's the game that everyone was talking about that year.
Yeah, that's sort of the tension that you get in those types of award shows, that it's, are you going to go with what was the most culturally relevant? Are you going to go with what was the greatest technical achievement? Are you going to go with what was artistically the most impressive? Are you going to go with something that may have innovated, even if it didn't stick the landing perfectly, but it did something that nobody else had ever done before. There's so many different ways to do it, and there certainly isn't a right way, quote unquote, to do it.
Right.
But that when I think Game of the Year, my mentality is very similar to yours. Of it is, what is the game that 10 years from now people will go back and say, 2020, what was going on that year? That was Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing. Everybody played Animal Crossing. Yeah. Yeah. Same with I think, was it 2021 or 2022 when I think it was 2022 when Elden Ring came out.
Yeah.
I think it was. Everyone was playing Elden Ring. I mean, everyone's playing Elden Ring now, but like everyone was playing Elden Ring on release. Like, to me, that's just undisputed the Game of the Year. What was this year though? Was it BG3? I think I did vote BG3.
Yeah, it was Baldur's Gate 3. And I would agree with that.
Because that was the one that everyone was playing. That was the one with the cultural influence, at least in the spheres I was in. That was the one that was the big influence, was Baldur's Gate 3. I think
Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3, I don't think it always happens back to back, but I look at those two and say those were unquestionably the Game of the Year in terms of what people were playing, what was technically impressive, what was sales impressive, that those two hit it all over. I was delighted. I'm actually looking at the Game Awards Wikipedia page right now. 2021, I was delighted to see It Takes Two win. Because that was that was like the Artur choice. That was okay. It sold certainly very well, but that it was a fun game, and I don't think it's one that people are going to look back at 2021 and say It Takes Two changed everything. But it was very, very, very solid.
Takes Two. What were the Game of the Year? So it was Deathloop. Oh god, Metroid Dread. Psychonauts 2, Ratchet. Yeah. Oh, the only one that I could see as a contender for It Takes Two was probably Resident Evil Village, but I don't know. I don't know if I have a strong opinion about any of these.
And that I then go back to the others, and the only other two that I think were really that, well, maybe three. The two that I look and say, okay, they were slam dunks. Obviously, the Game of the Year, Breath of the Wild and Overwatch in their respective years, they were the Game of the Year.
Yes.
God of War, I think you could argue was Game of the Year that year. I hold it on a tier below Overwatch, Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring, and Baldur's Gate.
Right.
But then I look at Dragon Age Inquisition, The Witcher 3,
wait,
Sekiro.
Dragon Age Inquisition won 2014? I kind of forgot about that.
That was the first Game Awards.
Wait, it beat Dark Souls 2? I didn't realize it came out at the same time as Dark Souls 2.
Yep.
Because I'm looking at it now,
The Game of the Year nominees were Inquisition, Bayonetta 2, Dark Souls 2, Hearthstone, and Middle-earth: Shadows of Mordor.
No, I think, I mean, people didn't like Dark Souls 2, so I haven't played it yet. I do plan to play it very soon, though. I feel like Dragon Age Inquisition probably had that one in the bag. I do love DragonAge. It's a great series. It was really good. It was really good, really good series. Really
but
good
I don't
game.
look back at it and say, oh, it wasn't a transcendent title like Overwatch, Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring. Yeah, it was just...
None of these were. Yeah.
It was a year in gaming. It wasn't a weak year or anything. But that's why of the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 shows that 4 of them I look at and say those were transcendent games, and that the fact that 6 isn't a knock against them. It's transcendent games don't happen every year, literally.
What would have been difficult would have been 2015, because I'm not gonna say Super Mario Maker because I know, but Bloodborne versus Witcher 3, that's insane. Versus Fallout 4. Versus Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh my god, that's insane. How do you even pick? I mean, I would have picked Bloodborne, probably, but that's because, funnily enough, I've not played Witcher, even though I had to draw Geralt.
I look at 2017 and say that one was stacked. Because it's Breath of the Wild takes the prize, but then it's Horizon Zero Dawn, which I would argue is probably the least of the 5 nominees.
Yes.
Because then it's Persona 5, PUBG, and Mario Odyssey.
That
2017 was a year.
Yeah, 2017 was really good. I think 2017 is like one of the years people cite as like one of the most stacked years in gaming, and they kind of said that about, was it 2023 as well? That was like really ridiculously stacked, because I mean, BG3, Tears of the Kingdom, Evil 4 remake.
Mm-hmm. Super Mario
There's so
Wonder,
much good stuff.
Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2.
That's true.
It's not to the level of 2017, but that's
It's
a
still a
solid
lot.
year. But also I look at that and say every title that's contending for the Game of the Year is a sequel.
True.
Or
True.
if not a sequel, it's part of a established
Ongoing
franchise.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Even though I would say, I mean, BG3, totally different
To be
studio.
fair, yeah,
Totally
and
different.
that it had
But
been
yeah, it
however
is
many
the same.
years,
And
but-
yeah, oh my gosh, it's been so long between BG games. It's so funny. We have a BG3 that came out, and we have another Dragon Age coming out pretty soon. We're kind of getting fed pretty well. At least I hope. I hope Velgard is good. I'm very worried. I'm very, very worried. That game has not had smooth development at all.
Because then we have Pokemon ZA. We've been talking about, and that there's going to be there's a lot that's going to be coming up, and it's going to be interesting to see. I think that, we're sort of getting to the end of the current console generation cycle. So we always have this little lull here where, you'll get a good slate of games every year, that there's never a year where there's just no games. That doesn't happen.
Exactly.
But-
That never happens. That never happens. They're always someone's always cooking something.
Yeah. But that you see things in waves that, inevitably when there's new consoles out, that it's going to be slower at first because people are getting used to developing on those consoles, and that usually 2-3 years in is where you see, those 2017 years where things are really good.
Yes. I agree. I do know they've had the kit for the Switch 2 for a while. I know some people have claimed that they have had it for a while. We'll see though. We'll still see. They could still be fiddling with stuff. It is new tech after all.
Yeah. And then Nintendo consoles have always been quirky to develop for.
Yeah, I've heard that has been really weird, and I also heard, was it PlayStation 3 was really weird to develop for? Not that they're developing anything for it now, but I have heard that there's weird stuff about PS3 in particular. I think the other ones were fine, but just PS3, they did something weird with it.
I'm glad that we finally have a semi-legitimate game awards that people give Jeff Keighley a harder time than I think they should on multiple things. That guy he's put in a lot of work. That
he has.
He was there for the Spike Game Awards. He's been through the bad days. That he's been pushing for this, and that the Game Awards is the realization of a decade plus of him trying and failing to get people to buy in on the exact same concept, needing to get sponsors because, putting on something like that takes a lot of money. There's a reason where, world premiere.
Premiere.
It takes a lot of money to put those things on.
I will not give him crap for much except for this last one. This last Game Awards. And I do think they dropped the ball a little bit. This last Game Awards. I understand they can't have every single person going out there making like 2-minute speeches.
Yeah, they did.
They did not find the happy medium. They did not find a happy medium.
I blame the production team. I don't blame Jeff, because Jeff's not the one backstage hitting the wrap it up button. That there is a production stage manager who's a little bit trigger happy. That Jeff's the host. He's not the one working that board. He's not the one.
He's not doing that, but he
clock.
is pretty integral in the planning of it all.
He is.
But
and
I will give him credit. I will give him crap for a little bit more, and that is, I don't understand what man was thinking when he was advertising the Game Awards this year. I don't know if you guys read the tweets. He was like, "Oh, don't worry. Like it's like a B tier show." Like he literally called it like, lower your expectations. It's a B tier show. I think it's responsible to tell people to lower their expectations. I think he overshot it because it killed some of the hype for the Game Awards.
Yeah,
and people went in just kind of going, okay, so this is supposed to be mid, and I don't remember much about it except for the wrap it up thing, so I'm gonna assume that it was mid because I'm gonna be real. If it was not mid, I think I would have remembered, but I don't know. I feel like he hasn't made 100% the best decisions, but I mean, who does?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right.
I respect the guy's effort and that he's been able to prop up what is, certainly not perfect, not by a long shot.
Right.
But that
Right.
the Game Awards are respectable. That
They are.
there were so many things of previous attempted iterations on something like the Game Awards that were always year in and year out cringe. It was bad.
I feel like the Game Awards started off that way, and it has
did.
slowly been figuring itself out.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching it several years ago, and it was like in its infancy, and it was rough. It was
yet,
rough.
Even those early years were better than, I'd say, the Spike Game Awards. But for the, the wrap it up thing that he hit the two extremes that he had the first speech of 22 go for 8 minutes. So
They
for
should've-
2023 he's like, all right,
yeah.
we're going to make sure that things are a bit snappier here. And that
Yeah.
my guess is that, there's a production document and that they hire out usually third-party companies, and that if I'm the stage manager working for this event and I get a production document that says winners will have 45 seconds for their speech, after which point you hit button to say wrap it up, and that sometimes you will get a more sensitive stage manager that's like, okay, if I can tell that they're finishing already, that I'm gonna, we'll let that run for the extra 5-10 seconds to let it end naturally. And then there are other stage managers that say, I have been given this document and this is my Bible, and I will push that button at the 45-second mark exactly until somebody tells me otherwise. And Jeff even said that somewhere around the midpoint of the show that he was paying attention to Twitter, and that they went to the production team and was like, hey, ease off the trigger, buddy. Ease off the trigger a little bit, buddy.
Chill. I think the one that made me angriest was Neil Newbon. I love Neil Newbon. He deserved being able to stand up there and talk as the, for more than like 2 seconds. I was sad. I actually got to see him last month as well. I didn't get to talk with him, but I did want to thank him because I thought that his speech was good. What he got to say of it was really nice.
That was where I sort of said to myself, okay, whoever's working that booth is clearly working off of instructions and not actually paying attention.
Yes.
Or it's automated.
Yes. I mean, the 2022 Game Awards, they had a few interesting incidents. There was the security incident at the very end, which was wild.
And then
there
happened
was
again at E3 that just
insane.
I'm kind of astounded that Jeff didn't have security beefed up at
I
E3
am
after
too!
the game. It was like, dude, how do you let that happen to you twice in a year? And I'm assuming that this year they probably had incredibly high security, as they should, because
they should. They should.
There's
weirdos
that
out there.
person was just a troll and not someone who actually had violent intentions.
I know. There's weirdos out there. There's dangerous people out there, and really, all you have to do in some situations is just pretend like you belong. People aren't going to question you. That
could have been much worse than
it could have been.
Oof.
Imagine someone is really mad at a dev because they ruined their favorite franchise. That could be really dangerous.
It could have been.
Yeah, it could have been very bad. I know they let that one guy go on too long, because I watched that one in real time as well. Yeah. And
he did it
there
again
was
this
a happy
year too.
medium. Did he do it again this year?
Because they brought him back, and there was a whole gag of he went.
Oh, that's right. He started to do it.
And he
it was
still went for like 4 minutes.
Like, shut your face.
Come on.
We get it. You yap longer than even the Amalia Solaris channel, but come on. But no, I get why they wanted to cut back on the time that people had for speeches. That makes sense, but they just overshot it. I'm hoping that 2024's is just better.
I'm pretty sure that they got the message.
I hope so. I also know that they kind of pumped it full of trailers, and I know some people watch it for the trailers. I kind of go either way. I think the trailers are fun at the Game Awards, but it is an awards show.
Yeah, that's the
for
thing
people who have worked on the games, and I think it's important to honor them.
Because the Game Awards have become the de facto winter E3.
Yes.
That it's 6 months apart from, well, I guess not E3 anymore, but Summer Games Fest.
Yeah.
And so from a promotional standpoint, it's understandable why you're going to have that. And also, like I said, those things take money. So yeah, that's how you're going to have that. I'd rather have world premiere as opposed to buy Johnson & Johnson shampoo or
That's
something.
True.
At
That is
least,
true.
At least all the promotions are 90% of the
Relevant.
promotions are relevant. Every so often they have this one quirky brand. It's like, okay, like Reese's, what are you doing here? But okay, whatever.
Gamers eat Reese's.
Yeah.
Gamers eat Reese's. Nah, I feel as though, however, as much they're gonna try to make Summer Game Fest like E3, like a replacement E3, it will never hit E3
Because E3
levels.
was a live event. It wasn't just the pressers.
That is true. Even if they go live, though, I don't think it will, because I think Nintendo and some of the other companies have figured out it's just straight up cheaper to do directs.
Yeah, Nintendo. When
Nintendo's never gonna
I think it
come
was like
back to it.
2014 that they did the first Nintendo Direct and didn't have a live presser. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, is
Yeah.
Nintendo dying? Is this them like throwing in the towel? They're not gonna have an E3 presser? Oh my gosh, like
Yeah.
that's bad." And
Yeah,
no, they were just so far
were-
ahead. They knew what they were doing, and now
Yeah.
people call them. They have done the thing that you always strive to do. That your term is the industry standard. People call them directs now.
Yeah, people call them all directs now. Yeah. It doesn't matter. State of play? No, it's the Sony Direct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I think it's never gonna be the same, which makes me sad because I remember when I was gonna be, I was gonna do the YouTube stuff. I mean, I still am. One of my things was I wanted to cover E3.
Mhm.
I will never get to do that, but I will at least get to cover, I guess, Summer Game Fest and, the directs. I will still be covering those. I'm starting to do the like, do the prediction video, do the reaction video, do the discussion video, kind of standard. It is a lot, I will say, of recording for one person. Especially because I'm my own editor too. I don't have an editor, so I have to do all the stuff myself. And I remember dying during E3 week. Not E3 week, the direct week. I wanted to perish. And I forgot there was like some reason I had to crunch it out really fast too. I can't remember what it was.
The awkward
Go
part
ahead.
for E3 is that it wasn't a convention. It was a trade show. That
It was.
You needed that they experimented with public sales for like 10% of
years.
attendees once or twice, and it was a bloodbath, and the developers didn't like it because it was initially supposed to be, this is where developers go, that it is a networking conference, and we have some pressers and whatnot, but in its early iteration, these are promotions. This is for business purposes, and then it grew into something bigger that was not the initial design. So by the time you have all these big booths and big pressers, that okay, the pressers we can understand, but the booths, while incredibly cool and impressive, sort of spiraled out of control, and it was the issue
It
of,
did.
for the companies, what's the purpose? That this is not them advertising to their players, this is to their fellow developers. And at one point,
Exactly.
it basically sort of became, all right, who can flex in an arms race? And they all realized, we're spending so much time, money, and effort on something that's not even getting to our target audience. Where is the return here? What's
Exactly.
the point of it? It's cool, but it literally wasn't designed for that. That's not what E3 was ever supposed to be. And so when they then realize, okay, we don't need a actual in-person, well, we don't need a show floor to do the networking, that we can have everyone, we all know, to descend upon Los Angeles in the second week of June, and we'll have our meetings and whatnot, but we can organize that on our own or just do things virtually, because virtual conferencing is much bigger than it was in 1990 when E3 was spun up.
Yep.
And that
Yeah. I will miss E3.
outlived its purpose, literally.
It really did. It really did. It outlived its purpose. But I will miss it.
Yeah.
I will miss the weird E3 stuff. And now you still kind of get it at Game Fest, Summer Game Fest, and at the Game Awards as well.
Yeah.
There was something about E3 that was just a little bit different. It was kind of like Gamers Christmas
Yeah.
in June.
Because it was just,
Which
all right,
I
for
will-
a
I will
week, you
miss
just
that.
get to see all the cool announcements.
Oh my gosh, I remember watching E3 at my job. I remember watching it on the company computer, going, "Okay, what are you gonna do? It's dead today. You're gonna yell at me for watching the funny video game thing? Like, come on."
Yeah.
But It was a fun time. It was a fun time. It's a shame that it will probably never be as it was, but I understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why.
I wonder if someone is going to try and spin up, like, you know, for as many giant anime conventions as we have, the gaming space only has PAX.
That's true.
And that if somebody were to try and organize, all right, this is no longer a trade show, this is now just a big convention that companies can now actually have direct interactions with their fans, that you're not going to have the ESA organizing this, but that if you have, you know, a savvy event management company, that would there be a market? I'm literally thinking in real time, would there be a market for a public quote-unquote E3s? So now companies have the incentive to you know, have their giant booths and activations and whatnot because they're actually getting in front of their fans, a la San Diego Comic-Con, but it's that instead.
I think there's definitely a market for it. It's just a matter of if they want to.
Yeah.
I think they could. I think that, I mean, I would love to go to something like that personally, but
also,
I do think
what is
it's
the
going
efficiency
to be...
that if you're having
Exactly.
2 million plus people tune in live to your direct, and then you're going to have a total of 20 million views by the end of the week, are you actually going to spend 4 months and a couple $1 million setting up a giant booth that if the thing takes off, that there's 100,000 attendees, and that's a massive event. That is a Anime Expo level event.
I don't think it's as efficient.
Millions of views, are you actually going to spend that time, effort, and money to reach 100,000 more? Is it that valuable to you? And I'm guessing, sadly, probably not.
Probably not. But I think that if we were proposing this idea like years ago, where online or I guess directs and stuff were not really a thing. Yeah. I think that it could happen. But I think in this day and age, no. But it could still technically, but I feel like they would have to do something that would get them more of a profit. Yeah. Personally. Maybe charge out the wazoo for the ticket or something. I don't know.
Possibly.
That would cut down on the crowds as well.
For sure, but then at that point, again, what is the efficiency? That might be part of why PAX is really the only game of where you have gaming conventions. That anime conventions are propped up. You have, Artist Alley. You have vendors who might not be the licensing companies or the production companies in the anime industry. That 80% of the booths are not industry booths. Whereas 100% of booths at E3 were industry booths. And even at PAX, not 100% of booths are industry booths. I don't know what stats are there, but it's so much more difficult to have a entirely...
I forgot PAX is literally this month.
Oh, that's right, it is.
It's at the end of the month, yeah. I want to go sometime. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, I've never been. Well, I went to PAX South once.
I didn't even know there was a South.
There was, and it only lasted 4 years.
Ah, that sucks. PAX West would be semi-viable for me personally, but it would still require quite a bit of travel. It'd be more viable than PAX East, that's for sure. But I'd like to go sometime. I know several friends who have gone, and they claim that it's really fun. It's just a lot of lines.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're so big now. It's just... All right, do I actually want to pay all that and spend all that time? I don't like standing in lines. I do not like standing in lines.
Yeah. I don't really either. I don't really either. But, I mean, I've also been kind of doing the whole you know what? If I never sit in line for something, I'm never going to do anything sometimes. Yeah, that was kind of my thought process at the last con I was at. It was very packed. It was the biggest con I'd been to, and I realized that you're just gonna have to sit in line for some things. Now I think PAX is way bigger, but I still hate lines. I'm not a patient person.
Yeah, and especially for games that I don't want to stand in line for an hour and a half to play a game for 10 minutes.
True.
And especially in the day and age where you have demos that are going to be on Steam and that you can play them and have unlimited playtime without ever having to wait in line. And they're usually going to release them not that far off from where they have them at a PAX anyways.
True. It's difficult to decide. I mean, that is a lot of money to have to like pay, pay the fly out, etc. Unless I guess you live there. I would have to fly out, but.
Oh my gosh! I just realized what time it is.
Hi, I did look at that, and I was sipping my water, going, "Man, we have really been going for a while."
Yeah, and you had a stream earlier today. I hope I haven't been running ragged here.
No, I think I would have shut up if I was too ragged. They do call me Yap Amalia for a reason.
Well, that's good. That's what I look for here on Vtuber Talk. If you weren't talking, something has gone wrong.
That is true. Something has gone wrong. However, I am built different. Also, she had food. I did have food. I had a burrito. I had half of a burrito.
I had a nap earlier today, so that's why I'm doing all right. But at the same time, it is getting late, and I don't want to keep you too long. It is getting late. But this has been so much fun.
It really has. It really has.
Like, there were areas we didn't even get to. I didn't get to talk to you about D&D.
I know, but hey, maybe we do a sequel. We do a sequel run a while from now, yeah.
Yes, and there's always the anniversary charity marathon in January, so a while off, but also
that's exciting.
Like past halfway point of the year, so that's weird.
Yeah, it'll be here before you know it. It really will.
I still have a couple of things that I need to pay off from that. Fortunately, people are very patient / forget that I have to do it anyways, so haha, I will be getting to them. It's been a busy year.
Yay!
But
yippee.
I have just a last couple of questions that I ask all my guests.
Sure.
And one is, do you have any goals for the rest of 2024? That here we are in August, halfway through August, so still several months left, plenty of time to do a project or get something done, and whether that is a specific event that you want to do, or it could just be something related to getting more out on the YouTube channel. Is there anything that you're hoping to accomplish before we hit 2025?
Okay, number one, I have an event stream. I haven't set a date for it, but I'm hoping to do this in the next couple months. I was kind of hoping to see if I could do it this month. I don't think that's going to happen. I think maybe next month is a little more likely, but probably October. I think it'll happen in October. I'm going to be debuting my mascot.
Ooh.
He is getting a full L2D model and he'll be on stream. He'll be able to do a TTS kind of deal, where you can ask him questions and stuff like that. His name is Creature. His design has already been revealed. His model is being worked on, has been worked on for the past couple of weeks, and there's going to be, as far as I'm planning, a lore video for him and myself. So I'm hoping to do that in October at the very latest. In terms of, other things though, I am pushing to hit 6,000 followers. We are at 5,961. That is my goal.
I'm gonna be terribly cautiously optimistic and say I believe in you, Amalia. I think you can get there by the end of the year.
I think we can get there. I think we need, what, 39 more people? Okay, 39 more people. That was one of my goals for 2024. I wanted 6K by the end of 2024. I have actually already hit basically every other goal for this year already. It is kind of wild. I even hit my wants list for the most part. There was one or two that I wasn't able to do, like go to Offkai. I wasn't able to go to Offkai, but I had like a list of things that was like, oh, I want to, debut this or work on, or like, work on this kind of stuff. Most of that has already been done for 2024, but I did put on there Twitch partner. I did not expect to hit it 3 months later.
Ta-da!
But it happened. That was exciting. Twitch partner was one. Gosh, I can't even remember some of the other ones. It was like Twitch partner. I wanted to do my first merch launch. That also happened. I didn't spread things out like a normal person. I launched merch, hit Twitch partner, and hit 5K. 5K subscribers, not subscribers, followers, in like 15 days, something like that. It was a lot at once. It was a lot at once. And I also did my first subathon at the same time. So all of that happened at the same time. So I knocked out most of those things at once. And now I'm just kind of like, well, I guess I did most of my goals. The last one really that's left is 6K. Official 6K. I know it says on Twitch that I have 6K. Twitch rounds up.
Rounds up, yep.
They round up. I don't actually have 6K yet, but we're almost there. We're almost there. So that is kind of the last big one. Debuting Creature, his model, and the lore video, that's another big one. But
Does
really...
the lore include getting a victory royale?
No. I'm sorry to disappoint. But that's going to be in the... I mean, that's
that has to be in the sequel, though.
That maybe it will be in the sequel. But I do have a 2.0 model debut that is in the works. That is not a secret. The design has been revealed. I think it'll be early 2025. That is my thought for when I think everything will be ready. But I'm not rushing myself. I'm gonna kind of debut when I feel like all of the ducks are in a row and everything is ready to go. So I suspect that'll be around 2025. I suspect it will be.
Very
early
exciting.
2025. Early 2025. If I had to, like, I'm hoping secretly for January. I'm hoping secretly for January, but we'll see. We'll see. Secretly.
Okay, I'm going to very kindly request me to bring up
Okay.
calendar.
Ayo. I'm
gonna super kindly request.
okay.
That you don't. Oh, where do I put it this year? Crap.
Oh no.
Because I always schedule my anniversary charity marathon at the weekend closest to the day that I had the debut, which was January
so
15th.
fair.
And this year it's
Oh,
a
that's a good
Wednesday. So it's a Wednesday.
That's
So
a
I
good
need to
day.
decide, do I go backwards or forwards
Ooh,
for
I
the
go
11th,
forwards.
12th, or 18th, 19th?
Yeah.
And I need to
I should go
decide that.
forward.
Because I was
But-
going to say, don't do it that weekend, because I want to have you here on that weekend.
I will
But-
mark it on my calendar. I'll mark it on my calendar. I'm hoping if it is 2025, it's January, February. I guess I could do March again. That's literally my birthday month. But that'd be a whole year since I revealed the design. But then again, the way model stuff works is it's always longer than you expect.
Oh, yeah.
Always something comes up. And that's kind of been what's happened here is there's something that comes up over and over again, and then delays, little delays here and there happen. But I think we're honestly on track for potentially November. I don't want to do it in December because everybody's doing Christmas stuff
Yeah.
or holiday stuff, you know? I think November could happen, but I think if I had to bet money, it will be January or February. If I had to bet money, I think it would be one of those 2 months. But I will keep your charity event in mind. I will not. I mean, I'm so flexible when it comes to scheduling my own stuff for that like I will keep it in mind. And I'll try to be there.
And if it overlaps, so be it. I'm
I'll try to
pretty
be
sure
there.
that
Charity's
it
important.
just statistically, inevitably, there's always at least one past guest invited, and they're like, oh no, I'm debuting my new model that week. It's like, no.
You do know a lot of people.
And that goodness knows debuts are happening every weekend, so
True.
it
Oh my gosh,
happens.
they're happening every weekend. But yeah, no, I think January or February is kind of my bet for it. If I had to put money down, just because I know that I will think of more stuff to add to it. But I am on a budget. I do know that budget is suffering from my spending decisions, but you know, it is what it is. I want to go all out with it, so yeah.
I'm very excited to see that
Yeah!
when everything gets prepared, so it's gonna be fun for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had some folks say it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone I can't be in real life. Others have a more clinical approach and say, I'm an entertainer, and being a VTuber lets me do things as an entertainer that I couldn't do as a facecam streamer, and that I like my model, but I don't necessarily resonate on a emotional level with it. And those are two pretty far ends of a spectrum, and there are things in between and beyond, and there is no wrong way to be a VTuber. So for you, Amalia Solaris, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
What does it mean? What does being one mean to me? Ooh, okay, that's a hard one. Because I know the answer, but how can I put it into words? How can I put it into words? It's like, I think being a VTuber helped me a lot when it comes to my self-image and my perception of myself. I learned a lot about myself by being a VTuber, by becoming a VTuber. I went down a journey of self-discovery, and that I think has benefited me in the long term by a lot. I feel like I'm definitely a different person than I was when I started. For the better. Definitely for the better. It definitely helped me, but I think by helping me, it also turned around and it helped other people. Because yeah, like sure, I sat here and I grew confident in myself, and I got to, you know, step outside my comfort zone and realize more of who I was on the inside, you know? I got to do that, but along the way, I also got to meet a lot of people, and I got to inspire them, because there are people who have started streaming because of me, because I encouraged them or I inspired them to start, you know? And I think, like, at the end of the day, me becoming a VTuber, what it means to me is, like, it let me realize, especially coming out of a really dark and sad place, because I was wine drunk for a reason, right? It made me realize that even when I thought everything was, like, so bad it could never be good again, the best was honestly yet to come.
I think
you know?
we got there.
I think we got there, honestly. Like, I went from thinking I could never be, like, worth anything, not to be too, like, traumatic on main, but I went from that to finally understanding my worth, and I got to be in a position, and I still am in a position, where I get to encourage other people to discover that about themselves, discover their worth, and to understand it and to value it. And that, to me, is, I'm honored to be in this position, and I'm glad to be in this position, because it's an important thing, I think, to be that person for somebody else.
And I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm so glad that you were here tonight, and I'm so glad that you found VTubing, and I think that you said that you didn't realize that the best was yet to come. I think the best is still yet to come. So
I hope. if it gets much better than this, though, how am I going to manage that? I might just explode.
You'll just have to figure it out.
I'll just have to figure it out, but that's okay, because I always be winging it.
Yeah. Now, there actually is one last question,
Ooh.
and that is, who would you like us to raid?
Ooh, oh gosh.
Well,
I don't even figure out how
that.
to. I don't even know how to find who to raid from my own channel. Let me look.
In the meantime, thank you to Akikuru, Ultrafist Zero, Luigi the Medic, Nuclear Roomba, Creams and Buns, Rekujira, Skylarka, Nobelapo. Yes, thank you all so much for the follows. Hope you enjoyed. Sorry for not thanking you all in real time. We were just having so much fun talking that it was like, oh, I'll be sure to get to them. And I, well, got to you all now. So thank you so much for following. Hope you've enjoyed. If for some crazy reason you're not already following Amalia, please be sure to correct that. And if you enjoyed this and are interested in more shows like it, I do this usually about once a week. I actually have another show tomorrow that I schedule around my guests. I don't have a particular broadcast schedule, and the rare sort of happy accident, I suppose, of guests saying, hey, I'm good this day and I'm good that day. And I was like, well, it's back-to-back shows. So tomorrow I will be talking with Zeus. Zeus Mythos will be on tomorrow evening.
Shoot! Zeus? Okay, good that I went first. I can't follow that. Zeus is kind of based. Oh gosh, I have like 3 people, and I can't decide which one. I'm gonna eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
And if you want to tune in for that, like I said, it'll be here tomorrow, and you can keep up with me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. And whether you just got here, whether you rated in, or if you've been here since the pre-show, thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate you as well, Amalia, for taking time out after already having a pretty full day.
It's okay, I'm used to it, honestly. No, I had a great time. I love yapping. My leaflets know. I'm gonna direct you to my friend who is doing a 110% run of Breath of the Wild. This is their...
Oh, the 10% is the DLC.
Yes. Let me just send you their Twitch via DMs. I actually drew her earlier today during my art stream, so I kind of saw that she was on, and I was like, oh, that's convenient. So yeah, she's fantastic.
Cell Kittens, so be sure to let them know that Amalia sent you, and yeah, be sure to spam lots of emotes. I don't have any of my own, so use Amalia's instead. But again, Amalia, thank you so much. This has been so much fun. Definitely looking forward to seeing what you get up to with your YouTube and also your upcoming debut, whether that ends up in January, February, March, what have you. But this has been so much fun, and I just can't thank you enough for taking time out. And again, thank you to everybody who's been here in chat. Appreciate you all as well. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. Say hi to Cell Kittens for us, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
Bye!